Hello, hello. Should be live. One second. Still setting a couple things up. This is a view out of Memphis. Morning, morning, morning. Hopefully everybody has gotten their coffee in them today. Right. Here we get a big old shelf cloud coming into the Memphis area. This is in Memphis, Tennessee. And this part of the storm is severe warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, we'll get into that in just a little bit. I'm still setting up a couple of things here. Okay, we should be good. All right. Let me get a chat set up too. Bam. There we go. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger. And as you can see, we have a big old shelf cloud coming in to the Memphis area. Minus that. And as you can see, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in the northern portion of Memphis, going into Millington, Munford, Brighton, Gift Edge, and Mason. Wouldn't be surprised if they last minute put a severe thunderstorm warning on the southern portion of the storm as well. So if you live out over here, just watch out. Got a storm coming. Also back over here in Arkansas, we also have a storm moving down to the south and east towards Brinkley and Stuttgart. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Let's watch this shelf cloud come in, and then we'll talk more. We'll talk more about forecast outlooks and all that kind of stuff. But there's not many times when we get to see a beautiful shelf cloud like this roll in to a camera, actually, to see it live. Good morning. Good morning. Winds damaged southern Kansas last night. I was worried. Came to see if you were live, and nope. Yeah, we don't go live. At midnight or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. anymore. We used to, but that completely screwed up my sleep schedule. So we got to have boundaries. And thank you, Dave, for the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Little amusement park. Yeah, I think it's like a carnival or something. Anybody know what kind of carnival or whatever that is near the Memphis area? Good morning. Good morning. You love the storm stuff? Me too. Me too. This is a special weather statement and severe thunderstorm warned line of storms coming into the Memphis area. And as you can see, we got a big old shelf cloud that is basically a bunch of cooler air rushing in, lifting that warm air over it, and it starts to condense moisture as it does that. This thing is moving. Yeah, it is moving. Yes, we are going to have Connor on today, probably around 1 p.m. He'll be doing like a 2 to 3 hour shift. And, that's partially the reason why I can go live just as immediately. Don't have to worry about having the stamina for a 12-hour stream. Because we're going to have Connor doing a shift. It works perfectly. Wow. What a crazy shelf cloud. You see Memphis is over there. Oh, let me get my cursor up. Right in that region. There's Memphis. You can see the city, skyscrapers. The shelf cloud is pretty much right over the city right now. One of our 3 fairs. Gotcha. It's like plenty of CG on that storm. Yeah. I mean, it's a healthier storm. It's formed out in front of our main line. So it's pretty interesting. We do have a little bit of a surface inversion out here, kind of keeping these storms a little bit weaker right now. But I think that's going to erode here in a little bit. And then we're going to have a full-blown windstorm on our hand. Oh, there's another good lightning strike there. What are we looking at? This is Memphis. You can actually see the city of Memphis right there. And there's your shelf cloud. This is Part of this storm is severe thunderstorm warned, and then part of it is special weather statement warned. They haven't severe warned the southern side, but the southern side is warned for 50-mile-per-hour winds. The northern side of it, in northern Memphis, is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Northern Alabama here, yeah. Same here. Northern Alabama, people, unite. We got the Northern Alabama squad that are going to be showing up today. I'm excited for that. Get to meet my neighbors. Not excited that it has to be with some bad weather, but it is what it is. This sucks. No, it doesn't. They have good barbecue in Memphis. I think we have another camera a little bit further away from this. Hopefully with another view on the shelf cloud. Oh my goodness. It looks even crazier over here. Look at this. Oh, what? What's for breakfast? Eggs. Hard-boiled eggs. Jesse. Hungry? You want a piece of egg? The shelf cloud is crazy. Looks like AI. It does, actually. I promise this is real. This is a real camera out of Bartlett, Tennessee. If you live in Bartlett, you can look outside and you will see this crazy look. I guess because we have something called asparagus clouds. I call them asparagus clouds. But it's like a weird, stable atmosphere phenomenon where the storms undulate like they're underneath the ocean. Now you're looking up to the surface of the ocean from underwater. It's very, like you're, underneath a blanket of clouds with some rankles in it. Looks like water. Yeah, it does. Blue is so pretty. I agree. It's like a turquoise, a light turquoise blue. You're saying, yeah. Yeah, I would encourage everybody that has just joined in, if you want to help out the channel the most, just stay watching. Do not, if you got to do something or, just put me on a screen that can always stay up and that watch time racks up. I don't care about likes or subscriptions. The watch time is king. That's how you help this channel grow the most. But yeah, look at that. That is crazy. Hopefully we can actually see the southern part of it soon. But let's go over. I think we have a little bit of time to do a forecast here before that comes in. So let's hop over here. As you can see, we actually still do have a little bit of a tornado watch left over here near Holly Grove, Stugart, and Altheimer DeWitt. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as this heads down to the south. Most of this other portion of our tornado watch is done for the day. But our outlook for today, not too big of a tornado day, as you can see, but it's going to be a big wind day. You got 30% chance here for some 60 to 75-mile-per-hour winds. Really from, Memphis on into northern Mississippi, going into northern Alabama, and then into northern Georgia. Got a slight risk around that as our storm expands and kind of moves off to the east there as well. Categorical risk and enhanced risk right here, dead in the bullseye of this storm. And that's going to be this little MCS that we're seeing here that is slowly moving off to the east. There is a little bit of a surface inversion kind of sticking out in front of this thing, but I think that there's plenty of sunshine out in front of the storm, and that should build up instability, and that should, in theory, push that boundary back to the leading edge of the storm, causing for more widespread severe weather along the line. Those are kind of my current thoughts on the storm itself. It doesn't look like it's going to completely bust today. This seemed like still a decent risk here for some damaging winds. Really, as long as this line of storms continues to survive, southern Tennessee is going to have that threat. Northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, going into Georgia, eastern Arkansas are going to be the main corridor of that threat there. So coming over to our view of the storm, this is what one of them looks like, still looking absolutely crazy. You could just see the bottom of that shelf cloud. Just and crazy, not as in terms of intensity, but crazy as in terms of just beauty. That's a beautiful shelf cloud. But here's our latest HRRR model run here. As you can see, our storm's already in Memphis. It was supposed to be there by 12, but we have like this little prefrontal kind of MCS forming here. And so I would take this more as reality. The southern part of the line, maybe bring it back by about an hour. But essentially by around 1 p.m., this is going to be over here near Jackson, Tennessee, or not Jackson. Sorry. So it's 9. So around 11 a.m. It's going to be around Jackson, northern Mississippi, coming into northwestern Alabama by around 12 p.m., going into northern Alabama, down through Fayette. Also, Nashville, Murfreesboro could have some storms over there by around 2 p.m., 2 to 3. I would say about 1 to 2 p.m. probably. By 4 p.m., this line of damaging winds is going to be coming through. Or not 4 p.m., sorry, 3 p.m. I'm forgetting to minus an hour off of these times because of the model's already behind. So yeah, by around 3 to 4 p.m., we're going to have this storm kind of move into the eastern portion of Alabama near Gadsden, just making it into Birmingham. And by 4 to 5 p.m., this is going to be moving through Harriman, just east of Chattanooga, and just south of Birmingham. By the time we get to 6 p.m., it looks like the storm is starting to fall apart a little bit, but there could still be some widespread severe winds by this point. By around 5 to 6 p.m., that's going to be going into like eastern Tennessee, all the way down there near Atlanta, moving down into LaGrange. And then eventually, by the time we get into 8 p.m., this storm is really starting to fall apart as it moves into Georgia and South Carolina. But I wouldn't rule out like an area of damaging winds still being possible on the southern portion of the storm. It's just not going to be as widespread. That's kind of like what we're looking at. The main risk for today is going to be those damaging winds. Kind of what we have out here. We still have a line of storms moving into the Memphis area, Brighton, Covington. Not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation along this line, but definitely some winds to deal with. Some 50-mile-per-hour winds are coming for downtown Memphis, north of Memphis. 60-mile-per-hour winds are expected there. And then back over here in Arkansas, we're still watching this line coming into Stuttgart, DeWitt, Gillett, and Holly Grove. And back over to this camera. Was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. Oh, but that one's also going to have a good view in a little bit. Oh, man. Look at that thing. $100K summer. I don't know if we're going to get there. Unless we can figure out some way to get that algorithm on our side. I don't know. As right now, what's happening in the YouTube space is you got all the hurricane fear mongers posting really early, and because they're trying to hit the hurricane portion of the algorithm, and so they go crazy before even storms are forecasted. Like there's this one dude, David Schlotthauer, who has been saying for like the past month that there's going to be a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, and he's been wrong every single time. But his videos keep on getting like 18 to 20,000 views. And so he is further technically in the algorithm, entrenched in the algorithm than I am. So once we actually have a storm that looks like it's going to form, I'm at the battle against that. Just so annoying. I hate YouTube. Thank you, Matthew, for the 5. Is that Mezzo? Is that Mezzo Matthew? Yeah, it's Mezzo Matt. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Going to be a wild next couple of days. Shut up. I don't want to hear that. I'm tired of these dang severe weather marathons. Why can't it just be like a couple days of severe weather, then a big long break like it used to? If we get a nice long break, but then we get like 40 days of severe weather after that. And this camera is like a little bit overexposed, though. It's kind of ruining our shelf cloud view. Kind of ruining our shelf cloud view for sure. Let's see what it looks like inside of this line of storms in the northern portion. Oh, yeah. Rainy and windy. What you want? Back. Hold on. Get out of here. I just knocked over my plate. I gotta clean something up really quick. Hold on. Definitely had a plan there. He's like, maybe if I knock over the plate, I can get all that extra sugar, all that extra salt. I need another paper towel. Hold on. What the heck? Okay, mess is cleaned up. Dang Chazzy and his shenanigans. Early morning shenanigans. All right, we're back. Chazzy NATO, right? My plate was absolutely leveled by my Chazzy, by my pups. All right, what else we got? What else we got out here for this line of storms? While we have this opportunity, we should be trying to get as many views on this as possible. Yeah, there's a nice view of our shelf cloud. Check that out. Cleaning with Evan. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad channel. Then I could like finally learn how to clean well. I'm terrible at cleaning. I just cleaned the surfaces, but apparently you got to clean like all the nooks or crannies or things build up. Meanwhile, it's messy out here in Memphis. Yeah, that's where the shelf cloud is that we keep looking at. It's in Memphis. If we come over to the Memphis area, you can see we got a line of storms moving in. Northern portion is our strongest portion with some 60-mile-per-hour winds still inside of it, heading up towards Brighton and Covington, and then in Memphis itself, still have a line of potentially up to 50-mile-per-hour winds there. And further down over here in Arkansas, we've got another line of storms with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, moving down towards Pine Bluff and DeWitt. May last year, exactly. That's why we have the maids. Thanks for going live. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, hopefully this storm doesn't end up being what's forecasted. I mean, even if it is what it is forecasted, it's going to be off and on. But yeah, it'd be nice if we could get an extended break. Get at least one day to kind of fall apart. That would be nice. Hello, Cowboy Bill. Welcome. Yeah, the shelf cloud has like been just been blue. Come over here and bring it onto the bigger screen. I mean, look at that. Like, I don't know what's causing that blue light, but the shelf cloud looks awesome. Beautiful morning in Central Alabama. Enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, we got some storms coming y'all's way. Sorry, later on today. My opinion, where's the best chance for tornadoes today? Don't really have too much an opinion on it. I think it's just going to be depending on how the storm does it. How the storm, does what it wants to do. One of the things that we're going to be monitoring is for, obviously our kinematics are starting to become more surface based, more warmth near the surface, near the leading edge of it, which should happen, anytime between now and 2 hours. But yeah, I mean, so that should happen eventually. And then if we come over, I think the main thing that I'm going to be watching today is if our SRH starts to get a little bit elevated. That really does help these MCSs try to get their act together. But according to our latest forecast, it never really happens throughout the day. So it's just going to be like more of like mesoscale accidents than anything else. Mm-mm-mm. 80K incoming? I doubt it. Everybody says that every day. They said that 2 days ago. They said it today. They said it a couple days ago. We'll see. I don't think. But you got a new severe thunderstorm watch out here for Helena, West Helena, Clarksdale, Water Valley, Oxford, Houston, Aberdeen, Amory, Tupelo, Fulton, New Albany, Boonville, Corinth, Bolivar, Brownsville, Jackson, Henderson. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. So let me do that again. Jackson, Brownsville, Corinth, Tupelo, Oxford, Water Valley, Clarksdale, Aberdeen, Savannah for the severe thunderstorm watch. Looks like we got a 20% probability, pretty low probability there for
severe thunderstorm watch.
For tornadoes. Wind probabilities moderate at around 60%. Probability of one or more wind events, 65 knots, or around 75 miles per hour, is 30%. Wow. Probability of 10 or more severe hail events, moderate, 40%. Probability of one or more hailstones over 2 inches, low. And combined hail and wind probability of 10 or more severe hail events, high at around 90%. There you go. Do I see anything developing over Minnesota? I don't think anything is expected for. Oh yeah, it'll turn a little bit sour. Nothing too crazy, but some. This risk might not be in the right place out here. I would say they could probably push it to the east a little bit, but yeah, some damaging winds are going to be possible up there as that moves down to the south and east towards like Duluth. But it seems like it's mostly going to be rain, if anything. Look at this thing. Bring a big screen. Oh my god, the shelf cloud is crazy. You narrowly avoid the worst of it. Yeah, I mean, in the worst of it's not even going to be that bad, to be honest. It looks incredible. It does. This is like the perfect shelf cloud. You see Murfreesboro getting any tornadoes today? It's hard to tell. I mean, again, our tornado risk is going to be pretty low today. That's why, it's not. We're at a 2% tornado risk, so it's not super elevated. But my main concern is some widespread power outages being possible if one of these storms can really get going. You thought it was the ocean? Yeah, we're over here in Bikini Bottom, underneath the ocean, looking at the bottom of a wave come through. Reedsville, Georgia, going to get a tornado again. I can't tell you if your town's going to get a tornado. If I could, you guys wouldn't need me. Whoa, that was crazy. That was a nice lightning bolt. Really fat, juicy lightning bolt there. Y'all probably heard that in Memphis. Oh, another little CG on the right side. There's lots of lightning in this storm, too. Thank you, Kayla, for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, there's a small threat for tornadoes. Like, and with these the thing that we got to watch out for is that if this thing could really tap into some more instability and maybe strengthen to the point that the models really aren't indicating too well, we could get a brief instance where this thing becomes a tornado spammer. Okay, which means like it could spam a lot of really weak tornadoes. But thankfully, we're not at that point yet. But it's technically possible today. So I use, well, it's the Viper color table. I've been using it for a very long time. I don't know how long he's been using it, but I really don't like branding the Viper color table as Ryan's color table. He doesn't own it. Somebody else created it, that color table, and it should be called their color table. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we're watching a severe or I'm not sure if this portion of the line is severe or not. Yeah, this is just inside the severe warning. Camera should come back. There we go. No, he has his own color table setting. No, that again, that's the Viper color table. It's not his color table. He did not create that color table. Somebody else created it. Thank you, Weather Desk Shorts and Joy for subscribing. Does CG stand for computer graphics? No, it stands for cloud to ground lightning, like we just saw there, right above that tree. Too early for tornadoes. Tell them to go back to bed. I will. I'll send them a text. You're in 3 slight risks for 3 days in a row. My goodness. Lots of depending on what you think about storms. Lots of fun storms or lots of bad storms coming your way. For me, I'm ready for some fun storms. This is the exact weather I love to see. Because then I'm going to get a nice little juicy shelf cloud. Oh, another big old CG. You know what we should do? I need to make sure I have my car set up for storm chases. That's like, it takes like $3 to $5 grand to do that. So not really ready to go all in on that. But man, on these days when there's no storm chasers out here, and there's a chance Max and Ryan could go live, I could make like a quick $2 grand. And there is no storm chasers live out here. And they're all back in Texas. New warning in Mississippi. Let's go check it out. They might have extended that severe warning. No, they actually just put it on the southern portion of this line of storms. And that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Byhalia, Moscow, and north of Holly Springs. 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. The Chasers found their NATOs yesterday. Yeah. Chasers had a good couple of days out there in Texas. A lot of them captured NATOs. That one storm near Morton, I think, produced like 5 to 6 tornadoes. It was crazy. That was a perfect chase day. I mean, usually when you get a wedge tornado, it is completely rain wrapped, and to get a wedge tornado that is completely visible is so rare. And so, a lot of chasers got to experience something that not many people get to experience. Yes, Atlanta's in the enhanced risk. Yeah. All right. Can we? When's our next view of this storm? What does this camera look like? Oh yeah, there we go. There's another shelf cloud. But yeah, down here, yeah, there is actually a little bit of rotation developing here, south of Olive Branch. That is true. It's not super strong rotation, but let me see how that's been going here. Okay, what's going on here? Otherwise, it's not loading. There we go. Yeah, we'll see if that stays after this moves to the south and east. Because again, we're getting a lot of winds transfer from going towards to going away, and that sometimes can give you like a brief indication that like this thing is rotating. But I mean, as far as I can tell, it should be. Yeah, it's like directly on this line there. I mean, there's definitely some rotation in there. It seems. Anything on CC? No, not on that one. Here's another view of our shelf cloud. Probably our last view of it for at least another 30 to 40 minutes. They're begging for more fetch. Yeah. Yeah, you get your doggos going, especially if they're young, and you get them going for playtime. They just do not stop. You got a $2 donation for Wolf City Schools for Hannah from Sassy. Good on you, Sassy. You will pay for one kid's lunch. That is noble of you. Oh, another good CG. Yeah, I think this like even though like I like this color palette on this camera better because it's not getting like super overexposed. Is it safe for you to go to Six Flags today? Where is that Six Flags? So pretty. It is. This shelf cloud has just been crazy. Don't get to see a shelf cloud this often for this long. And a shelf cloud like this. I mean, this is peak shelf cloudness. What are we up here today? What what are we up to? Oh, what are we up to here today? Severe winds is the main threat. Small tornado chance, but you never know. Storms sometimes surprises. Probably put a sub count. I have a sub count on my main page. As much as I hate it being there. We do have one. There's a person running. Look at that. I'm gonna get a jog in before we. Hopefully they're close to their car. Hopefully they're running back to their car. I think most people, even if like you don't know what a shelf cloud is, I think most people look at that and they're like, "Yeah, I gotta get indoors." There's another person running. We got people with their dogs out there near the lake. All this lightning happening. And they better start running. Surely they can at least hear the lightning. And the shelf is moving pretty quickly. It is. Man, this is a beautiful view of this shelf cloud. This is crazy. So cool. Better run to some shelter, right? Thank you, Hannah, for the find. Thank you so much. Just logged on. Well, welcome, Chuck. Welcome. My older brother's name is Chuck. Six Flags they're talking about is located in Atlanta. Yeah, you can go. Six Flags. I was gonna get some storms in about 6 to 8 hours, but for as long as they'll kick you out of Six Flags if a storm comes through. I don't think Six Flags is going to be getting hit by a NATO, but they're going to get some severe winds, so you can go. Just know it might not be a completely full day, depending on how long you want to stay. And thank you, Cheryl, for the 20. Thank you so much. You have another week in St. Louis, Missouri. I work outside. What can be expected? Let me check. Our shelf cloud view is pretty much done here, so we'll look at the models for you. We'll come back, see what the storm is like. For St. Louis, got some storm activity possible today. Maybe some more storms tomorrow or on the 8th by 11 p.m. And that's pretty much the latest. So a couple of rounds of storms. They do look pretty weak, though. All right. I guess now we'll see what this storm is capable of. I mean, definitely seems kind of severe. So we'll see. Now we're in the Wales mouth of the storm. This is where the updraft is. And we're about to get the downdraft. Anybody out there still? I don't see anybody walking around. Where is that? This is just south and east of Memphis. Thank you, Sassy, for another $2 donation. $2 donation for Wolf City Pet Rescue. It's raining a little bit too hard. Yeah. Now, these storms are going to be a little feisty if you're not, if you don't like storms, then this will probably be enough to spook you a little bit. All right, here comes the rain. Are there two suns in the sky? What? No, there's only one sun. If there was two suns, Earth would be immediately flung out of the solar system, and our planet would slowly die due to the gradual cooling of the lack of sun. But we would actually survive for a pretty long time before that happens, and you could survive underground for even longer, technically. Being tattooing, yeah. Thank goodness we're not. 3 body problem. Oh yeah. Did you see that Netflix show called that? That was really cool. Yeah, I don't know. This storm kind of is weak. I can definitely see why the northern portion of this storm is more in definitely a little bit stronger on the southern side. You see the winds are shaking the camera a little bit. Sassy. $2 donation for Wolf City Hooters. What? Sassy's lost the plot, y'all. He went from donating to animal pet shelters to now donating to the local Hooters. Yeah, for Texas over the next couple of days, we could have some storms late night by around 10 p.m. These are mainly going to be like hailers. Really low chance for a tornado threat there. On the 8th, some more storms fire back over here near like Amarillo and Pampa. These could have like a little bit of an outflow boundary tornado threat up there. And another overnight line of MCS here for the Oklahoma City area. That will eventually move down into like the Dallas, McKinney, Texas area. But keep in mind, this forecast will change about 1 billion times before it gets there. So, but this is technically a possibility if storms do the right stuff. And that MCS will eventually move down to the south and east into Louisiana by the 9th at 4 a.m. Back over here in our severe weather threat. It seems like this more eastern storm is starting to take dominance out here. as it slowly pushes off to the east towards Oakland, Brownsville, Bolivar. Still warned for 50-mile-per-hour winds, and this one to the south is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Rossville and Moscow still. This is in northern Mississippi and into parts of Tennessee. It does seem like a lot of people are going to be getting, at least initially here, a little bit of a double whammy out of this storm. Their leading edge there, and then we'll have another threat for some storms on the backside. I think these storms will become less severe over time, and then our main severe weather threat should develop with this line if it can get its act together and kind of push into more instability, which certainly seems possible. We have a lot of clearing out here, a lot of heating kind of building in. Thank you, David and VROM, for subscribing. And thank you, Mark, for the 2. For the Cockroach Protection Society? What? Take that back. Actually, you're donating that to me, so I can do whatever I want to it. I'm going to put that $2 into the Cockroach Extermination Society. Thank Jessica for the 5. Everything else to worry about for Central Arkansas? Not really, just a lot of wind and rain. We got a couple more storms firing back here. Might bring a little bit more thunder. You got smacked by the shelf cloud that rolled through Memphis. Just grateful it wasn't a wall cloud. Yeah. Cockroach Awareness Month? Not sure what you mean by that. Not sure what you mean by that. Is it going to hit Corinth, Mississippi? Yeah. Probably will. Dyersburg. And isn't that in Tennessee? Dyersburg, Tennessee. You might be just too far north. Definitely, a long period of some rain is coming for Dyersburg, but it seems like most of that severe weather will be to your south. Much of a tornado threat? Not really. There's always a chance with these little MCSs that they can, build in strength a little bit more than what we thought. So we are kind of watching out for that potential. But for now, this thing is, mainly just a wind threat. But there is definitely a chance that we could get like a little bit of a QLCS tornado spam event today. Just really depends on how the day develops. Right now, we do still have a little bit of a surface inversion out in front of this thing that's keeping it a little bit weaker. But according to our satellite imagery, that should be eventually be pushed back by all the instability building out over into this region. And if that happens, this entire line will become severe with some instances of 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. And that's going to track all the way into northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and maybe even potentially into a little bit farther south into like areas like Birmingham, north of Jackson, and then into Atlanta, Georgia. So there's a lot of little areas that need to watch this line of storms as it comes into the southeast. I don't even know what League of Legends is. So I guess whatever the lowest rank is. I think they're extending this severe thunderstorm warning as a special weather statement for Dumas, Monticello, and McGee. So don't be a Dumas. Go inside here in Arkansas. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can spy another camera out in front of this thing. It's not showing anything. That one's blurry. Yeah, those look like crap. Hold on, let me come over here to our radar. We've got this one inside of the storm. And honestly, it just kind of looks rainy. Not really too much wind there. I know we got a lot of cameras out of weather-wise. Let me see where those are set up out here. Yeah, we got a couple in the southern mode of the storms, but those are the weaker portions there. So, yeah, it's going to wait for this storm to go a little bit further more to the east, and then we'll have a lot more views of that shelf cloud coming in again. We're in a tornado watch. No. I mean, we have the only people that are still in a tornado watch that have a storm coming, but probably not going to be tornadic is Gillette here in Arkansas. This right here is a severe thunderstorm watch that it's in northern Mississippi going into southwestern Tennessee. 112 subs needed. Yep. Yep. 100 more subs until 80,000 subscribers. A new big number will be achieved. Sassy, that is actually 100% accurate. Just stream for forever and you will get it. Maybe. I'm gonna be streaming till about 1 p.m. today, and then we're gonna have Connor come in for about 2 to 3 hours, and I'll come in after that. So we'll be covering this thing pretty much all the way through northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and then going into Georgia most likely. Shave my head for 80K? No. I am gonna get a shorter haircut though. I am getting a little bit tired of my longer hair. I do like it a lot. I don't know. It's a hard choice. Thank you, Brad, for the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you. Number go up equals win? Yes. That is the purpose of life. Is the only reason why humans exist is number go up. That's what we want. You can apply that to anything and it's true. Except for age. Except for age. Hey, thank you, Ashley. Welcome. Golf? Okay, maybe not golf. Number go up is bad in golf. And weight? Okay, yeah, weights. Yeah, okay. Maybe there's more exceptions. Back in the day, number go up for weight was exactly what people wanted because it was a sign of wealth back in the day. You had to be rich to be fat. How is coming Georgia looking like? Let me see. Yeah, for Georgia, I think our main threat, again, is going to be those damaging winds, independent on what the storm is doing at the time. Again, we have a 2% tornado risk, so we're not really talking about, any slam dunk type tornado risk today. But it is June, and this is an MCS, and sometimes these storms really surprise us. Let's go look at our 13Z. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some potential today. Check our latest models just to make sure we're all on the same track still. Mainly want to check our SRH. Yeah, it does get pretty elevated as we go into like northern Alabama. So maybe like a small increase of tornado potential, and then also like near like the Atlanta area. That's what I'm seeing right now in our latest models. That's really what we're looking for. Is like if this storm can get strong enough to tap into that SRH, and it's going to become more of a dangerous tornado threat today. But right now the SRH is pretty low. Some of our models are saying it's going to be low all day, and some of our models say it might increase later on today. So it just really depends on what the storm does. If it can really tap into that, instability, because as of right now, it's struggling to tap into that instability. If we come over here to our storm thermodynamics here, you can see that there is a surface inversion that extends all the way into northern Mississippi here. But if we go into the future, you can see that the WRAP model is saying that surface inversion should go away, and this thing should be in some really juicy instability as we go into the afternoon. So that's probably when this is really going to get started. Our lapse rates are also improving in northern Alabama, which means we're getting a lot of decent surface heating. Honestly, if I had to put my guess, I think northern Alabama is going to get it the worst, and northern Georgia going into Atlanta. If the storm can still hold together by the time it gets to Atlanta, because again, by the time this storm gets to Georgia, it's going to be losing intensity just because that surface heating is going to be starting to go away, and then there will be a little bit of a higher likelihood that cold air rushes up in front of the storm again. So those are kind of my current thoughts right now. I do like the smoothing, though, when we're zoomed out. Stream lagged for you. Did it lag for anybody else? Check my DMs. Okay. I will. No. Look. A little cutie pie getting some sweeps. Wonder what he's dreaming about. He's really sitting at the beach right now. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Although it'd probably get pretty hot, so maybe not as nice. I mean, at the beach at 9 a.m., that's a pretty darn good time. Thank you, Jane and Mad Dad, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. One step closer to the big 8-0. Sassy's coming in with a $2 donation for Hannah's BB. Baby. By the way, our line of storms is now moving into Brownsville here in Tennessee and northern Mississippi. Does seem like the winds are getting a little bit stronger. Here, just to the east of Barlett. Definitely would not rule out some severe thunderstorm warning up here in the short term for Somerville, Whiteville, and Bolivar. And then back down here, further down to the south, we got that line of storms about to move into Tunica, Ferry's Point, Elaine, Gillett, here in Arkansas and Mississippi. Let me get my Arkansas cameras maybe a little bit closer to Pine Bluff. There we go. What in the heck is that? Is that another shelf cloud coming in? Look at that river. Thing is moving. Constant small hail in Dublin, Ireland right now. Can hardly hear you on my TV. Wow, that's gotta be loud. Oh yeah, y'all got a little storm coming into Dublin. I guess. Can't really tell. Y'all have a lot of stuff there. Let's check this radar. Yeah, this radar doesn't go far. There's like a lot of like buildings, I guess. I can't really see the storm. It does seem like something's moving through. Why is it so static? Probably a lot of buildings. It's probably a radar that's pretty low to the ground. All right, let's go check back in on Radar Omega. See if we've got any new views of our storms. I can see something from this camera. A rainy mess further up to the north. No, why does that camera have to be blurry? It's such a good camera. Should be able to catch it in Jackson, Tennessee. If there's anything to look at. Really want some cameras like further down to the south in Mississippi. Look at my DMs. Okay. No violent storms. I don't think violent storms are in our forecast today. Moving into North Tunica. Yeah. No, I agree. Check this radar. Yeah. And definitely some stronger winds moving into Tunica. I would assume that we get a maybe a brief severe thunderstorm warning here for like Tunica moving on to these. I think help is right on that. Oops. Let me do that. Sorry. Yeah, over here near Tunica, you see that we do have some stronger winds coming in here. And then looking at this radar, which is even closer to it, you can also see that. So watch out there in Tunica. Definitely some stronger winds in your portion of the storm there. Would not rule out a severe thunderstorm warning. Stepped outside of your house for 30 seconds and you can sense the weather is coming. It's blazing hot and humid. Yeah. Yeah, when it gets this humid and we got a nice little MCS coming, usually what happens is, things get a little bit dicey sometimes. Oh, what happened to her camera over here? It's down. All right, let me move this camera. We'll have one Arkansas camera, and then we'll have one Mississippi camera, and then our Tennessee cameras will come from Radar Mega. Let's see here. That Miss MISSI PPI. That one made a song with that. I feel like that could be a song. Just repeat that over and over again. Maybe a rap. MISSI PPI. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z. You know what I'm saying? Like a spelling rap. What? I'm just kidding. It's the stupidest thought I think I've ever had in my life. Just kind of close to Tunica. Are these cameras working? Any rotations? Not really. I mean, we've had like little broad circulations down here a couple of times, but nothing like serious. We've had no dangerous rotations yet. But that could increase. I mean, I still think tornado warnings are going to be possible all throughout the day. It's just going to be, on and off, not really like constant, unless one of these storms can really mature. Crossville, Tennessee. Please, we going to be okay? Let me see. Crossville, Tennessee. Yeah. I mean, you guys are going to get a line of storms eventually for sure. But I don't think it's going to be as bad as further down to your south. So some damaging winds will be possible. Let's see when that's going to be coming through. Yeah, sometime at around like 3 to 5 p.m. for you. Some damaging winds. You have plenty of small hailstones. We live in an apartment, so it was a bit loud. Yeah, that's one thing hail will always be, is loud. I do want to come over here. It looks like this hasn't really changed that much. There is a shelf cloud coming in on this, and I want to make sure we're current. A bit of a shelf cloud. Maybe. Birmingham, going to be some damaging winds around 4 p.m. in Birmingham. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate that. Anything for Missouri today? Not really. There is a chance of like, actually, I take that back. There is a chance of like some like thunderstorms near St. Louis, like south of St. Louis at around 8 p.m. But it's not going to be anything like crazy. There's some severe weather possible. Decatur? Which state? There's a lot of Decaturs out there. I'm assuming you're talking about Alabama. Brad, I think it did. Yeah, it did. Your donation came through. Alabama. Yeah, for Decatur, Alabama. Yeah, it looks like at around like 2 to 3 p.m. for you guys. All right, let's go check back in on our radar mega cams. I want to see. I just want to keep checking on these cameras. This storm had a really nice shelf cloud on it earlier. Not sure if that's still the case. This one will probably have the best view of that shelf cloud, and it's super blurry. You can kind of see it back in this rain, but you can see it's a little bit more rainy the further north we go up on this storm. Slidell should be fine. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait. Potentially all the way till over here for Tennessee, but we have a lot of Mississippi cams, so we could bring. Let me see how many cameras there are in like northern Mississippi, because that'll probably be like the best. Yeah. Like one of these. We just had a sky view. Let's see. Hold on. That one's in the rain. I might get a sneak peek of something from over here. There's a little bit of sky. Might eventually see some sort of shelf cloud. One of the forecasts for today. The main thing we're watching out for today, we got an enhanced risk. This is mainly going to be, this part of the enhanced risk is going to be allowed to expire. But back over here for like northern Mississippi, going into southern Tennessee, northern Alabama, and also like northern Georgia, we have an enhanced risk for severe weather. And that storm is trying to get its act together. It's kind of in like a weak phase right now, but they're definitely, at least in our immediate forecast, this seems like there will be another chance for that to get started. And our main risk is going to be damaging winds today. There's definitely a chance every now and then for some tornadoes today, too. Back over here near Arkansas, where we're still watching a potential shelf cloud come through. What do I think about tomorrow? Pretty sure tomorrow is... Yeah, we got an enhanced risk back over... Let me come over to here. Yeah, we got an enhanced risk tomorrow over there near Oklahoma City, Dallas, Amarillo. And Oklahoma City, Lubbock. That's mainly going to be or like these storms are developed by around 5 p.m. That's going to be over there near Pampa, just north and west of Oklahoma City. And, you know, as long as our SRH values are elevated, there will be a tornado threat with this as well, but it should mainly be like a damaging wind threat. Wouldn't even rule out, you know, sometimes we get these little sneaky moderate risks. We come over here to our 10-meter wind gusts. Let me see how that's looking. We could get a moderate risk for wind with this. You see our wind gust values are pretty much maxed out all the way throughout this region. So it's definitely going to be a pretty hefty damaging wind event. Starting off up here with a couple of storms that will have tornado potential, then it transitions more into a damaging wind and maybe a QLCS tornado potential as that moves down to the south and east. Dangerous day tomorrow for sure. For widespread power outages if it happens like this. This could be like a little derecho. A little derecho. Yeah. Looking dangerous. Brief moment for a tornado there north and east of Amarillo before it really starts to transition into some damaging winds. Just this whole line is going to be anywhere from 70 to 80 mile per hour winds on like every single portion of this line. So this is the real deal type windstorm if that lasts in the models all the way to tomorrow. And I wouldn't rule out a lot of brief. Let me see what the tornado parameter is here on this storm. Yeah, we're definitely going to have like a 5 to 10% tornado risk tomorrow as well. And that'll probably be centered, back up here where the storms get started, and then along the leading edge here into southern Oklahoma, going into like the northeastern portions of Texas, also into southeastern Oklahoma. Definitely a pretty elevated chances of QLCS tornadoes here. Yeah, about 7.5 significant tornado parameter. Check our SRH. Yeah, and you can see our SRH in front of the line is very elevated. Wow. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a crazy day. This has all the hallmarks of a June derecho and tornado threat. Fun. No breaks. What the June? Yeah. What the June indeed. Hey, thank you, EvanActOrDie, for the 10. Always the first live streamer working and the first channels I check out. Keep up the good work. And thank you for your consistency in showing up first. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We got to do what we can. Big days. Big days, too cluttered. We got to cover everything. June does June stuff. Breaking news. June is doing your typical June stuff. June is Juning. Well, hey, folks, if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. As you can see on the bottom left, we're at 79,913 subs. If everybody hits subscribe right now, and I guarantee you it will be worth it, hitting buttons releases just a tiny hit of dopamine in your brain because it is fun to hit buttons. If everybody hit subscribe right now, we will hit that 80,000 mark, which is a huge landmark for this channel. A huge goal. June is Juning. That is for sure. Today's storm shouldn't be like tomorrow's. Tomorrow seems like a pretty dangerous event. I could definitely see a moderate being issued tomorrow and a 10% tornado risk. Maybe even hatched. Latest information on our storms out there. Still have this line of storms with 50 mile per hour winds possible heading into Whiteville, Brownsville, and Bolivar. And then over here near Holly Springs, got 7 minutes before this expires. Looks like this a severe thunderstorm warning is going to be allowed to expire there. And then over here near Hernando, Senatobia, Marks, you guys got a storm coming your way with some wind and some lightning and some heavy rain. Seems like it's going to get scary here in Ackworth at 4:30. All right. Where's Ackworth? Ackworth, Georgia. Over here near the Atlanta region. Yeah, it should be like around 5 or 6 for Ackworth. Well, actually, let's check the latest 14Z. Yeah, it's still saying around 5 to 6. All right, let's come back over here, see if our other cameras have any other views of our storms. Nothing from that one. Boo. This one's still blurry. Still a blurry mess. You eventually see something from this camera, but we'll see. The storms look powerful. I mean, it depends on what you're used to. You know, if you think any wind over 30 miles per hour is if that scares you, then yeah, these are going to be powerful storms for you. We're just kind of waiting to see here if these. I think as this storm hits northern Alabama, that's probably when our severe thunderstorm warnings are really going to get active here. I have a view of this storm in Arkansas. Any red sprites? I don't know. Probably not. I did not call them a wussy. It just depends. Everybody has different thresholds. Like, there's probably somebody in chat that is in this storm right now that thinks that this is a crazy storm. Because that's just what just what their threshold is for storms. For me, I'd probably be outdoors during this storm and not really care. Oh, the lightning would probably scare me to go indoors, to be honest. I don't like lightning. You see like a few 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts possible today? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. The storm is just taking a little bit longer than a lot of our models said was possible today. So it did go pretty hard over here into, Oklahoma yesterday, then moved into eastern Oklahoma, and Arkansas is still a pretty strong storm. As it got to about Little Rock, it really started to lose its intensity. And now we're just waiting for the atmosphere to get a little bit more ripe out in front of this storm. You have storm anxiety, especially wind anxiety. Anything over 30 mile per hour starts to scare you. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's different. It was wild last night, like 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Yeah. Yeah, right before I went to sleep, I checked the radar. There was a storm like over here with like 100 mile per hour winds coming, and I was like, oh boy, gonna be a loud night over there. Thank you, LGs, John White, Okie Dokie, Endo, Chris, Zachary for subscribing. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jill, for the $10 in Venmo. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is a huge help. We just got a new special weather statement out here for Oxford for 50 mile per hour winds there in Mississippi. Thank you, Luciano, for subscribing. Thank you. Welcome. Think me and you will see damaging winds today? I think so, yeah. I mean, if we're going to get this storm at a peak at any moment of the day, it's going to be in northern Alabama. We have good lapse rates out here. Surface, our kinematics are, we got like 2,000 but we got about 2,000 joules per kilogram over here in northern Alabama. So if it's going to do something crazy, it's going to be as it gets into northern Alabama, I believe. We'll see. Still a little bit of a surface inversion on this storm, but our latest RAP analysis is saying that within the next hour or so, that should go away, and we should really start to see this consolidate into a little bit more of a severe threat. Did you really, Lynx? If that's true, I can't believe it. But I actually kind of can, because I've done that a couple times where I've watched somebody for a year or 2 years, and then I just remember to subscribe. Like, whoops. Always check. Even if you think you're subscribed, you might not be. Gunnersville will be hammered too. It could be. Yeah, it just depends. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning out here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading towards. Actually, I think it's been there for a while. Yeah, it's heading towards Bolivar, Bethel. Let me just check. Was that just issued? No, it was just issued. Okay. But yeah, that's Bolivar, Toon, Hornsby, Bethel Springs, Finger, and Henderson. All need to be indoors and away from windows. We subscribed over 2 years ago. That's awesome. Doing well so far. Glad to hear that. Hope for a speedy recovery for you, Jess. You subscribed when I was born? Oh my gosh. All the local weather stations are acting like tornadoes won't be much of a threat in northern Alabama. It might not be. I mean, according to our latest SRH model runs, there's definitely a chance for tornadoes today. It just really depends on if these storms can tap into that shear environment by becoming a little bit more mature, tapping into that instability. We've got a little bit of a surface inversion out in front of these storms right now. Again, it's June. June's going to continue to be June, which means that it's going to be really hard to forecast. So, we can easily get, an area of the storm that really surges and drops a couple of tornadoes today. That's always a possibility when it comes to these little mesoscale analysis or these little mesoscale systems. So it's just not doing much right now because it is got a little bit of a surface inversion. But our models say that should cook off, within the next hour or so. Definitely tell that we have, a little bit of a clearing out here, allowing some sunshine to come in. Sun is shining out here where I am as well. So, the atmosphere is getting primed. The question is, does that surface inversion continue to stay out in front of the storm, or does it eventually melt away and the storm really just starts to eat all of that instability without any cold air out in front of it? Because as long as it's eating that cold air, it's not going to be as severe as it can be. You can be struck by lightning sitting in your house. Can you? I guess that's technically possible, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. I do think that's extremely rare. Yeah, NATOcast also thinks northern Alabama could have a little bit of an elevated tornado threat today. So we'll see. I don't think this Mississippi threat's gonna confirm on this, but I do think if we can get those storms to be mature, there could be a couple of tornadoes out there. And thank you, Dwayne Johnson, for subscribing. Thank you so much. We are officially 60 subscribers away from hitting 80,000. You're doing a much better today than yesterday. Definitely more awake and alert. That's good. Imagine I had like a 30% hatched for northern Alabama. Will I go to Mama Fry's tomorrow for the bad weather? No. No, tomorrow's not going to be that bad over here in Alabama. Maybe the day after tomorrow could get a little bit dicey again. Here in Missouri, we have had our share of bad weather. Yeah, no kidding. We've covered Missouri so many times this year. You guys have been very active up there. Actually, a little bit of broad area of rotation developing here north and east of Whiteville. I want to check that on the old radar Omega. Yeah, actually not looking that bad on the storm relative velocities. Will I be live tomorrow? Absolutely. Tomorrow, I think it very well could get upgraded to a moderate risk for wind, and an elevated tornado risk will definitely be accompanying that line of storms. What am I thinking for upstate South Carolina? Let me see. Like near Greenville could still have some damaging winds by around 7 to 8 p.m. Yeah, around 7 to 8 p.m. there. I think it's mainly going to be damaging winds. I don't think there's going to be much of a tornado threat there at all. You're still upset for me yesterday due to the schizophrenia comment? Okay. Let's see. Thank you, sir. Yeah, no problem. Dew points are off the charts. I haven't looked at the dew points today. Yeah, they're in the 70s out here, all the way up into Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. Dew points and the temperature dew point spread is definitely more healthier out over here in northern Alabama as well. As soon as that surface inversion starts to break, it seems like the surface inversion is almost gone over here on this storm near Oxford. So I'm wondering if this one will start to become more severe as we go further down the line. That'll be mainly a storm for like Tupelo. I think we might have cameras near Oxford. Is that right? No. Oh, we got a camera back over here. Our next camera down the line is going to be like near Tupelo, at least on these storms in Mississippi. You tell me where the AR dot camera is? It's like back over here near like Dumas, I think. So not really in a great spot to see any great or see any weather, to be honest. But I was hoping to maybe catch a shelf cloud, but we didn't get lucky. It looks like these storms near Jackson are kind of falling apart. That is like one of our only areas where we have cams, at least in the short term. Maybe see some storms here in Tennessee. Oh my goodness. We almost missed this. Shelf cloud. Let's go. Finally, we found another shelf cloud, and this one is beautiful too. Moving fast. Yeah, it is moving pretty quickly. Oh, don't leave us. Oh, it's back. Oh, come back, Jack. Dang it, what is going on with this thing? Really? We missed it. No. Camera glitched. Oh, that sucks, man. Deep breaths. All right, back over to here. I'm gonna like that's a really cool looking shelf cloud. I'm gonna actually bring up the Tennessee cameras and see if we can't continue to track that. I don't think so though. That's kind of in an area where there's probably not many cameras. Yeah. No traffic cameras out there either. Boo. What about this camera in Savannah? And Tennessee. Yeah, we can use this one eventually. Maybe catch a shelf cloud from that one from Hascams. Yeah, latest scan, our most dangerous storm, at least for now, in Tennessee, is this one heading into Bolivar right now. Absolutely crazy and awesome shelf cloud on this storm, heading into Henderson and Bethel Springs. Awesome shelf cloud. That's sad. We had a good view of the storm for like 5 seconds. And then it went away. We'll get another one here shortly, I promise. We will definitely get another one. Should have a camera in Jackson, Tennessee. Yeah, there is one there, but it's kind of bad. Or it's not bad, but it just doesn't have a good view. The shelf cloud doesn't come this far to the south. You can see there's the leading edge of our storm. That big old shelf cloud is further down here near Bolivar. And this one glitched out on us, unfortunately. But this is what it's like inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. You can definitely tell that there's a lot of wind, a lot of rain. Wait, is there something hidden back in there? I see like the leading edge of something, like right there. Maybe there is a shelf cloud hidden back in here. Maybe. Hey, Mitchell, thank you for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you, thank you. Possibly. That could be a rolling cloud, though. Here's another view. A little bit of a shelf cloud there, but nothing like that last one. Ugh. It's so sad. $50 subs needed. Yep, 50 subs from ADK. Who hasn't subbed? The subscribe button is just on the bottom of the video. Hit that because it's fun. And you help us reach a huge goal of 80,000 subscribers. Come on, one big push. That was Alabama. I think these storms have a higher chance of being severe in Alabama than they do in Mississippi. I believe we're waiting for this line of storms to hit a little bit better kinematics that's kind of sitting in this area. So we still probably got a good 30 minutes or so, or 30 minutes to an hour before this really starts to put down the severe winds that we think is possible today. You can see we got an enhanced risk all the way over here towards south of Nashville, going down to Tuscaloosa into Atlanta, Georgia. But the kind of storms that we're seeing right now is more of like what you would expect out of a marginal risk. And I think our storms are just taking a little break. But I do think there is a definite chance that these things kind of recharge as they come at least into Alabama, I think. But we'll see. June, June does some weird stuff. And sometimes June also, just as much as it can randomly spit out a stronger than what you thought storm, it can also destroy a storm that you thought could be something like yesterday. We had a tornado watch over here in Missouri, Kentucky, and Tennessee, and nothing happened. I think it took until like 10 to 11 p.m. before we got a tornado warning in the Tennessee area. It's like tomorrow and Monday are downtrending. No, tomorrow still looks bad. Let me show you. Here's tomorrow's risk. It's an enhanced risk right now. Look at this model run. Come over here to the wind speeds. Check this out. Boom. Maxed out winds all the way across the leading edge. And that's as high as you can get in radar Omega. Those are all 70-mile-per-hour winds and above. Pretty much across this entire line. I definitely think tomorrow could be moderate for wind. If this holds, we'll see. Especially down there in Dallas, like we could have like 1 million people without power in Dallas if this happens. That's how strong those winds are. We can reach it today? I guess we are. Hey, thank you, Emily, for becoming a WIMD member. The NAM 3K barely shows anything. The NAM's not that great of a model. I trust the HRRR over the NAM any day of the year. Unfortunately, I can't look at wind gust in the NAM 3K. We can look at it though on the NAM 12K. I never trust the NAM. I mean, the NAM shows it too, though. This is a lower resolution model, but you can see it even gets maxed out over a pretty large area over here near Gainesville. And pretty close to maxed out over there near Oklahoma City. That still shows a pretty powerful wind event. And I also think the tornado threat could be elevated over there as well. So there's actually a shelf cloud, I think, hidden back in here. Might see one. Not this. No, nothing there. Could see one on this one eventually if they can turn that camera to the right way. Deep over here into Bolivar, this is what it looks like in our severe thunderstorm warning here in Tennessee. Definitely still some pretty decent winds here. Dallas, it cooked. It could be. I mean, if that really does confirm tomorrow, that could be a pretty dangerous wind event for Dallas. Come on, shelf clouds, show yourself. Stop hiding like a little. Yeah, I mean, there's kind of one in there, but man, it's nothing like that one that we just saw there in Bolivar. Like, this is where the shelf cloud action is. About to head into Henderson and Bethel Springs, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and also an absolutely gorgeous shelf cloud coming your guys' way. There's just no cameras down here. Sad. I think Jennifer, Cartesian, Missouri's Outdoor, MJ Superfan, and Stephen Hall for subscribing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Links, for the $4.99 donation. 80K subscriber challenge. I don't know. No. Because y'all are going to ask me to do something crazy. Maybe 100K will do a challenge. Do a crazy challenge. I'll go bald for 100K. Or not bald, but shaved head. You like Ryan Hall? Well, cool. Thanks for letting us know, I guess. What a random thing to say in chat. Hey, I know you're also doing live coverage, but I want to let you know some. All right, latest skin for this line of winds now about to come into Hornsby here in Tennessee. And we still have this storm over here near Oxford, Mississippi. That could potentially have up to 50-mile-per-hour winds. I bet you that has a nice little shelf. Let me see if we got any MDOT cams in Oxford. I think we do. Surely we do. Oh, shelf cloud. No shelf clouds. Boo. What's a man got to do for a shelf cloud nowadays, man? We had so many beautiful shelf clouds at the beginning of the stream, and we haven't been able to find one since. Appreciate that, Feather. Is the rain done in Millington? Probably not. Let me see. Millington, Tennessee. Yeah, no, you got a whole nother round of rain. And then after that, there's going to be even more rain. So it's going to be a while with that rain out there. Alrighty then. Just waiting. Waiting on the storms to come. Waiting, waiting, waiting on the storms to come. I think we could maybe see a shelf cloud with this one. If they could turn the dang camera. We're shelf cloud hunting. Up in our shelf cloud stand. I mean, this is technically a leading edge of one of these storms, but as you can see, that shelf cloud is weak. We might see a small, unless they turn this camera, we might see a small glimpse of one, and then we'll have another chance of a shelf cloud there near Parsons, maybe. How fast is this line moving? Up in Tennessee, it's moving east at around 40 miles per hour, and then down here near Oxnard, it's moving to the east. That's that severe thunderstorm watch. Hold on. Special weather statement. Move to the east at 40. So yeah, the line's moving generally to the east at 40 miles per hour. Might wind up with a record deal. That'd be cool. Yes, except you guys will never see me again. Maybe it'd have to be like singing the weather. Let's try it. I don't even know how you do that. We got a severe thunderstorm warning coming towards Henderson. Nah, that just sounds so corny. Like that just sounds like a gimmick. And I hate singing in front of people. And that is like the fakest, like that's not my real, like how I would sing. That's just me emulating a country singer. You ever heard that song? Rain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey. That's like the only country song that I really, really like. Oh, and that one song where it's like where it's about like a dude where his wife told him if he goes fishing, it's gonna be over, and then he's like, "Well, I'm going fishing." I love that song too. If you do a members only stream, just singing, no. They're definitely not doing that. All right. Latest up here on our northern portion of the storm, heading into Henderson and Bethel Springs, still with 60-mile-per-hour winds. We got a little portion of our line moving into Humboldt there with some rain and thunder. It's like Memphis is getting another round of some rain and thunder here. Maybe there's a secret shelf cloud. No. No secret shelf cloud. I'll do anything for a shelf cloud right now. Please, Mother Nature. Just give us a shelf. I want to see a shelf. Looks like we got a severe thunderstorm watch for northern Alabama and central Tennessee, all the way down into Birmingham as well. That's going to be for 65 to 80 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail to golf ball sized hail. So a severe watch is about to happen here. Death metal tornado coverage? What? That would be for a very, very niche audience. All right, guys, final stretch. We are literally 29 subscribers away from 80,000 subscribers. I promise. As soon as we hit that goal, I will never even ask for subscribers again. Or at least until the next goal. We never ask you to like the stream. We never ask you to subscribe. We don't bug you with that on this channel. But this is unique. We're close to a goal. So hit that sub button or else. No, I'm just kidding. There is a heavy metal themed weather channel? Really? That's wild. Can't even imagine like a huge guitar solo in the middle of like a death or of like a tornado warning. That'd be wild. That'd be so intense. How does he stream without getting like copyright strike after copyright strike? I remember when it was just in the low hundreds. Oh, you mean like the sub count? Yeah. Yeah. I remember we used to stream. We would like celebrate every time we got over 100 viewers. First couple of streams had like two to 10 viewers. I think at the first stream where I thought like, wow, we're actually got a lot of viewers. I think we were covering severe thunderstorms in like Utah. He's also a pretty big fan of you. Oh, no copyrighted music. How do people do that? And then I have a problem with it. So maybe apparently there's like some website called Epidemic Sound. You can like link your channel to it, but like, I don't know. I'm still scared. I would love to bring music back to the stream though. Some nice calming music. Uh-oh. All right. It's happening. Surface inversion is almost completely gone. Almost completely gone. So we should start to see this thing become more severe. Holy moly. Thank you, Dangerous, Kelly, Ligma, Jeffrey, Gen X, Janet, Undead, Steel City Stacker, Haroon Star, and Deseret for subscribing. 10 more subs. Come on, hit it. Do it. We're so close. Whoop. Whoopa. Whoop. 4 left. 3 left. 3 left. 4 left. Here comes the trolls. Here come the trolls. The trolls always come in at the last minute. 3 left. 2 left. 1 left. Okay, we hit 80,000. Cool. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. I'm getting off. See you later. I'm just kidding. Imagine. Wow, 80,000. Okay, moving on. I love trolling you guys. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Yeah, thank you everybody for the 80,000 subscribers. I do appreciate it. It has been quite the journey. Wait, what? Why is that like that? Dang it. It's been quite the journey so far. And yeah, I mean, weather. I don't know what y'all want me to say. It's like, yeah, I mean, we're here giving life-saving information and we're going to continue to do that. And the only reason we're at 80,000 subscribers is because we keep having really bad, dangerous storms. And so I'm sorry you all have had to meet me this way. I apologize that we have reached 80,000 subscribers. Speech. Yeah. Welcome to the channel. And yeah, I mean, honestly, that puts the 100,000 goal pretty close. Pretty close to happening. Let's come back. 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east towards Potts Camp, Thaxton, and Tocopola. Coming your way. Should have a camera soon. Yeah, one near Pontiac. Not sure if that's going to see anything, though. What about over here near Savannah? Yeah, we'll definitely be able to see the storm with this camera. Hopefully, we can get a nice little shelf cloud. Yeah, that surface inversion should be gone for the most part, so we should start to see a couple of, some stronger winds here in a little bit. Thank you, Saban. I appreciate that. Yeah, we hit 80K. Finally. Is a tornado? No tornadoes in Arkansas right now. Got some rain and thunder coming down towards the Mississippi and Arkansas border. Main tornado threats, I think, is going to be on anywhere of these portions of the line that can surge. Hey, thank you, Lynx, for the 20. Thank you so much. Congrats on the 80K. Thank you. It has been a long journey. Germany, first country to manufacture weather. What? Like in a factory? What are you talking about? If we see a shelf cloud, can we push it your way so you can see it? I think I'm definitely going to see one. A little windy down over here near Oxford, Mississippi. You're new to me? Well, welcome. Thank you for deciding to click on the channel. Thank you for clicking on the thumbnail. Now that everybody's liked and subscribed, the best thing that you could do for the channel right now, if you really want to help, is just keep the stream up. If you're here just for a little bit, If you keep it up for 15 minutes somewhere on some screen, you're going to help this channel immensely. And thank you, Mark, for the $2. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jennifer, R. Taylor, Benjamin, Southern Underground, Joe Patterson, Thomas, and Jordan for subscribing. You guys helped us push us over the edge. Thank you. This is your 20th time on this channel. Wow. You've been counting? Well, this is the 20th time that I have been thankful for you coming onto the channel. Anything stirring off the coast? Nope. Despite all the clickbait weather thumbnails, there's nothing happening, nothing like on anybody's radar. So, no tropical activity on my radar yet. No definite signals. Again, for a signal, let's talk about it. Let's do a little bit of education since we have a couple folks in here. So you want to use an ensemble member, and you want to look at the ensemble MSLP. What you're looking for is multiple, like a highlighted area here. You can see our only highlighted areas happen over here in the Eastern Pacific. That's not going to be a threat to us. We have a couple numbers forming over here. But again, that's a pretty weak signal there. If we come over to, so yeah, so we're looking like up to almost 10 days out here. And so, you know, any signal past this point is not a legitimate signal yet. And as you can see, even in the 10-day range, there is nothing forecasted for the Caribbean or for the Gulf of Mexico, even though, you know, you have almost every single hurricane hype YouTuber putting a massive hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. Those guys are crackpots. They are manipulative a-holes. And all they want you to do is click on their video so they can earn a couple bucks. They're literally manipulating you to make a couple cents, lying to you. This is the GEFS. As you can see, it doesn't show anything in the Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico. What they've been doing is they come over here to the GFS, which only shows one model run. Now, keep in mind, one model run in comparison to the ensembles, which is like 70 model runs. So if you don't have any model runs, right? And then what they're doing is they're like, oh, look at this storm over here on the one model run. That means nothing. It's one model run. In comparison to 70, and they go, oh, look, something's spinning up. Oh, this is so concerning. Oh my gosh. Elon Musk's Starship base is going to get absolutely obliterated. Oh my goodness. And then they keep slinging it in there. They're like, oh my gosh. This is so concerning. Oh, bring it back. Oh my gosh, it's so concerning. Oh my goodness. And then the next day they're like, just so concerning. But then they don't show you the ensembles ever. You can see that that's one model run out of like 60 that does that. Only one out of 60. So that gives you about, and if you had more model runs, it'd probably be like 1 out of 100. So it's about a 1% chance happening. And then they make a thumbnail, they throw a massive hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, and they're like, oh my God, it's so concerning. Please give me money, please. I need more money. I'm so broke, I can't afford McDonald's. Thank you, Terry, for the 50. Thank you so much. So yeah, we got nothing in the Gulf of Mexico. You know, so watch out for those people. I would honestly report those channels because you have people like here's the bottom line. You have people that live all along the coast that have been traumatized by some hurricane, and they are using those people's PTSD to make money. That is the worst business practice that you could have. I would honestly report them. They should be banned from YouTube. It's just blatant misinformation and lies constantly. So thank you, Zero Mus, for the $3. I do appreciate it. Clickbait is against the rules. Yeah, it is, but somehow those channels still exist. Latest scan over here for Henderson, Tennessee. Looks like we still have some 70-mile-per-hour or some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Out over here, that's moving off to the east, and then back over here near Oxford. Looks like our camera went down out here. So I'm wondering, the storm is a little bit more spicy than we thought. Yeah. Just double check. Make sure it's not a me issue. Yeah, that camera is gone. All right. What about any other camera? Yeah, all these cameras. So might have had some brief power outages there in Oxford from that storm. Maybe get a nice view eventually with this camera. There's prefrontal storms. Yeah, we do have some prefrontal storms, but again, we don't really have much of a shear environment out here to support tornadic activities from these prefrontal storms. But what this is showing you is that our forcing is increasing out in this region. We have an upper air vacuum pretty much happening right now. That's pretty much our wind vectors are moving away from each other, mainly over here where this MCS is. You see that kind of sticks out a little bit out in front of our line of storms, these purple and pink lines. That is our forcing. And you can see thermodynamically speaking, we have a pretty decent environment for some prefrontal storms to get together. But our 850 millibar shear is also a little bit elevated there too. So, hey, there's definitely an argument to be made that these storms could become tornadic eventually. It's just a question of whether or not, they stay more surface-based as we move into the future. Less outflow dominant. Imagine somebody just like hopping into the stream as soon as I started that little rant. You're like, oh, this guy's covering my area. Let's check in. They come in. I'm like, I have like no idea like what's happening. He's like, is this guy okay? What is he talking about? Oh, you did, Sandy? Sorry. Evan out of context. That definitely needs to be a channel. Someone start an Evan out of context channel. That needs to happen. And we might be eventually. We might be getting close. Let's go check back in on our cameras here. Let's see. Maybe this shelf cloud. Maybe some shelf cloud potential. Nothing in Mississippi on radar mega though. We do have some has cams. Ooh. I think we might see something on that camera, maybe. And we got another camera here in Tupelo. We can actually see those prefrontal storms. Well, Max has to have slow mode, guys. Like, please don't hate streamers for turning on subscriber only mode and slow mode. It's actually it's a tactic of the mods, not from Max itself. It's a tactic of the mods. because it slows down the chat because you can only have so many mods, and max has like 20 to 30,000 viewers. Like if they turned slow mode off, it would be like impossible for the mods to mod the chat, and you would be looking at the chat and there would be like people like saying the P word over and over and over in chat, and no one would be able to catch it because it's moving so fast. I mean, we turn on slow mode and subscriber only mode when we get up over like 5,000 viewers. P is for potato, sure. It makes you feel better. They get over 100K concurrent. Yeah, they can. Yeah, that's why he needs slow mode. So definitely not, it is a tactic of the mods. That's why they turn it on. If they had as few viewership like me, they probably wouldn't have it on. And subscriber only mode is a great way to grow the channel. So if they're any way strategic, they will turn it on just always. It is literally like, if you think about it logically, it's literally free to subscribe. Some people think that you should subscribe in order to be able to chat, which isn't a bad tactic because they're not asking for money for you to do that. All right, looks like the latest little update over here. Looks like that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. I think this is going to be our main event here, potentially. This line is looking pretty a lot more organized than it did before, and it's entering into a better environment. Up here, there still is some decent kinematics up there, but the most of our instability. I mean, this is about to come into about 3,000 joules per kilogram of instability. So it'll be hard. It'll be hard for the storm not to just have a bunch, or this entire line to be severe, or at least a leading edge with some stronger winds. 30 more minutes on your 12-hour shift. Oh, wow. Well, we'll celebrate with you when it's done. There's a lot of good chasers out there. Colorado finally has a dry day. Yay. Does hitting those 10K sub increments help with the algo? I have no idea. Apparently, 100,000 subscriber helps with the algorithm because, like, not only do you get to that random number, but it also gets your channel verified. And I think that helps with the algorithm. Some people say it does. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there if we ever do. Michigan is dry. Nice. What streaming app do I use? Like Streamlabs? No, I just use OBS. Although I think Streamlabs, as far as I can tell, might be easier to learn. OBS is a little bit complicated, but I mean, it works great. The Dominator, yeah. Yeah, the Dominator is crazy. The fact that Reed can literally drive into a tornado is crazy. Like, they got hit by a pretty powerful little vortice that spun off of that tornado that came through close to Huntsville. They got hit by that with the windows open, and it didn't, it got like turned around, but it didn't flip over or get sucked into the tornado. That thing is a beast. Yeah, that was crazy. That is true, Catkins. You're in the tornado zone today? Kind of, yeah. I mean, the tornado zone's not too intense. We got a 2% tornado risk out here, but you can make an argument for a 5% if these storms can really get their act together. This is the only storms today for Kentucky and Tennessee. Yeah. Could see some more storms like up near St. Louis later. But yeah, for like down here in the southeast, this is going to be our main threat. So if you don't get any of these, if you've already gotten these line of storms, you're pretty much done for the rest of the day. Lucky weren't flipped. No, they're lucky to be alive. They had their windows down. If that tornado had just hit a building and then went into the Dominator, like somebody could have died, if not all of them. They got extremely lucky that that tornado came out of a cornfield rather than just hitting like a building. They had all of their windows open. Like that would have been glass, wood planks going into the vehicle at like 130 miles an hour. They got extremely lucky. But they were not expecting that little vortice to spin off there. So, that's just like that is the risk of getting that close to a tornado. They get those little strong vortices spin off, but Reed Timmer, he knows the risks. So I ain't gonna tell him what to do. Full area of rotation developing down here, south and east of Oxford, heading into Toccopola. I'm about to head into Pontiac and Tupelo here in a little bit. Not sure if that's going to end up doing anything, but I'm keeping my eye on it. South and east of Oxford. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for that portion. Flew too close to the sun. Yeah, but he's doing what he loves, right? So he's crazy. I think everybody knows he's crazy. He admits he's crazy. But, I mean, he is getting, like, it takes crazy to get the science done. And he is getting so much science done. So he's crazy in a good way. Craziest chase event I've ever seen live. Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. There's a reason why Reed Timmer is most people's favorite storm chaser. Is because he's willing to do what nobody is willing. Nashville's about to get hit. Not really. I mean, you do have some storms coming your way, but these storms really aren't that strong over here in Tennessee. Seems like most of our instability and our strongest portion of the line will probably be here in Mississippi. I still wouldn't rule out some severe weather, though. Let's see if we can get a view of that shelf cloud. Let's see what our cameras are seeing. Anything? Any shelf cloud whatsoever? Not on that camera. Okay. All right. Check our has cam. Should be able to see something from Pontiac. Not yet. We're going to get a view of these storms eventually. This is from Tupelo, so yeah. We will be able to see this severe thunderstorm here out of the Pontiac area. This is Mississippi storm chasers out of Mississippi. On that setup like that. Ready to go. Thank you, SPC, WX, and J-Dog for subscribing. Welcome. Yeah, but that'll be here in a little bit. We'll keep checking back in with that camera to see if we see anything. Let's check back in with that rotation. I mean, honestly, that should be warned. Let me check from another radar. Yeah, I think we got a tornado warning coming here shortly. Oh, well, then it just dissipated. It tried. You see what it looks like on this radar. Which one of these are closer? We got one radar out of Memphis. Yeah, this is our closest radar to it. And that rotation was pretty close to being dangerous. But then, I mean, there still is some there. I still wouldn't rule out, a QLCS tornado threat developing on any of these segments of the storm right now. But our main storm of the day, at least for now, is heading into Ripley, New Albany, Ecru, and Pontotoc with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. They definitely tried. Got to keep a close eye on this storm. And almost see it. We're going to get a nice shelf cloud out of this one. I just know it. We have to. Ooh. Nice little view of the storm out of Savannah. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You read book and it changed your mind. Give me a little bit more context. Yeah, I mean, what he's doing is he is, he's an older guy, right? Back in the day, he was, just like any other storm chaser. And, he still is that guy. But he's got all the fame around him and all of that. And so what he's trying to do is probably trying to keep up with the new younger generation. And, but he's all like, that's the thing. Like the younger generation has stolen from his playbook. His excitement for storms comes from an extremely genuine place. Like he is obsessed with storms. Every time he sees a storm, whether he's on stream or not, he is literally that excited. Like that is genuine excitement. If you watch his videos from back in the day, he's screaming. That was before he was even before he even got famous, right? He was screaming at storms because he just loves storms. Like if and then you fast forward 20 years, he's still screaming at him. Like, dude literally built a tank not because of views or trying to get famous. He built a tank in the Dominator because he wanted to go inside of a tornado. It's that simple. He loves tornadoes so much. He wants to be inside of them. He's also a scientist, yeah. He does a lot of good science. Launches rockets into storms. I mean, there's been a couple tornadoes out there. We probably would have never known the wind speed near the surface that he provided. Connor Croft. Yeah, Connor Croft is a great chaser. Freddie McKinney, Connor Croft, Stormrunner Media, Brandon Kopic, Vince Welty, Brad Arnold, Brett Adair. Like they've all been around for a while. They all have their different styles, and they all do a great job reporting on the storm, spreading the information. That's the true meaning of storm chasing. And I think people get the wrong idea because they're, now storm chasers are starting to make a lot of money. But you have to understand, like, they need that money. It's not inexpensive to go out and chase. It is very expensive. You just like calm. Yeah, everybody has their different their different needs when it comes to a content creator. Some people like the excitement and shouting. Some people like the calm. And the good news is there's so many different storm chasers and weather broadcasters, that you can find somebody that aligns with what you like. Driving into tornadoes is stupid. I mean, yeah. I think we could all agree on that. But if you were to drive into a tornado on purpose, the smartest thing to do would make sure that you have a tank and bulletproof windows and stakes that can go into the ground, But yeah, I don't think you can make a logical argument saying that it's a smart thing. But it's crazy. I mean, it's pretty cool in my opinion that he did that. Yeah, Tornado Pagey, yep. Tornado Pagey is also on that list. PA Storm Trackers up and coming. Chaser. Yeah. Carmen. Storm Chaser Zach, who is starting to work on Project Weather Eye with Vince Welty. He's been around for a long time, but he's just now getting into the live stream game. Paige only has about 1K subscribers. No, she has like 15,000, I think. Which is crazy. Because I was one of the people that like convinced her to start streaming. And I helped her initially with her thumbnails and her channel and all of that. Like, we go back. And yeah, it's just crazy to me that she's already at that level. It's been really not that long. I always knew it. Like, I watched some of her videos and I could just tell like she was obsessed with storms. And that's really all you need. Being obsessed with storms and being a somewhat decent forecaster and just, you know, because you need that obsession, because storm chasing is mentally kind of crazy. All right. Looks like New Albany is now getting hit here. E-Crew Pontiac's going to be next in line. We got, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds in this storm. Next in line after that is going to be Boonville, Baldwin, Guntown, Saltillo, and Tupelo. All need to be indoors and away from windows. We do have a couple areas. We did have a couple areas of broad circulation develop and almost tightened up recently, but those have since dissipated. I'm like, where's the storm? It should be right next to this camera. I guess we're looking at it. Maybe it doesn't have much of a shelf cloud yet. Paige hit 16,000 subscribers last night. Nice. That's awesome. She's gonna pass me. You know, that's like I remember me and Stormrunner Media were like in a race to see or to see who can get the most subs, but to be fair, I think we'd still be pretty close to each other if he didn't get like constant raids from Max Velocity. That was unfair. But obviously, I want him to grow as fast as possible, so I don't care. The race was just like a little fun and games thing that we used to do. And I like, oh, I'm ahead of you. And then he'd be like, oh, I'm ahead of you. But yeah, now he's almost at 100,000 subscribers. So I lost. But he cheated. Kidding. What's the time frame on the storms today? Yeah, we can look at the latest on that. Look at the latest models. Yeah, right. Yeah. So for these storms back over here, they are going to continue off to the east into about 12 to 1 p.m. They're supposed to be in Tupelo, but the storms are already near Tupelo, so this model is still about an hour behind. Let me see. Let me just make sure we don't have any more recent model runs. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be in Tupelo probably within the next hour. So, and then Florence by around 2 to 3, Huntsville by around 4, Nashville by around 3 p.m., Chattanooga, Gadsden, Birmingham by 5 p.m., Harriman by 5 p.m. up there. And then going into like into Atlanta by around 6 to 7 p.m. there, and then into Asheville, North Carolina by 8 p.m. And then after that, these storms really just fall apart. Then maybe even another chance here. Look at this, another chance for potential severe weather as we go throughout the nighttime. 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and that line ends up going down to the south towards like Atlanta again. So a double whammy potentially going into the nighttime hours. as that kind of stalled boundary starts to move a little bit more to the south. Oh, I can see it. There's something in there. All right, we're coming back here. We got it. We got the storm. I can see there's something hidden in that rain. There shouldn't be much of a tornado threat with those nighttime storms. We have a shelf cloud, kind of. Yeah. Might be a little bit more intense as it gets closer. We'll see. If not, by Tupelo, this thing should have a shelf cloud on it, like a nice stout shelf cloud. Sometimes it takes a while for the shelf cloud to really get its act together. It's kind of like the beginning of this storm's severe weather journey. Man, that looks a little gnarly though. Look at that. No debris. Yeah, we're not looking at a tornado right now. No tornado. Like the tornado threat's pretty low today, but with these little MCSs, sometimes you can get a big old surge of wind, and then that can cause, a wee little NATO. You're just east of Asheville. Will things be weakened by the time they get to you? If that's in North Carolina, yeah. Yeah, apparently on YouTube TV, you can have like multiple channels up at the same time through multi-stream. I would definitely encourage people to use that because that's like the best way. You can watch like everybody all at once on like the YouTube TV app if you have that. That is. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. That is going to be for northern Alabama into Birmingham, all the way up just south of Nashville.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Oh boy. Yeah, this thing's looking a little bit more severe than it did. No, I already have about 5 storm chasers I work with. We work with Brett Adair, Storm Chaser Zach, Storm Hunter Media, Pagey Tornado, PA Storm Trackers, Carmen Palmetto, Palmero, sorry. And yeah, we have Jacob McMillan, our Jacob McMillan. So we work with multiple storm chasers. They're just not on. They're not live out here today. Wow. Look at that thing. Look at that wall of rain on the left. It's coming in hot. Someone tells me this is going to be our first 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm of the day. Being in business with Brett is a very smart move. That dude is brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, I've been friends with him for like two years. We're both local out of Alabama. Be out later. I mean, I'm sure they'll be live in Texas. There might be something to look at out over there. Thankfully, we have tons of cameras, at least in like the Tennessee and Mississippi area. Alabama, we don't really have any cameras, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Look at all that heavy rain on the left side of the screen. Something tells me this storm looks like a storm that's going to have some pretty strong winds. And thank you, Sassy, for the $2. Says $2 because Hannah is back. There you go. Alabama needs to invest. Yeah, I mean, Brett needs to just go ahead and do that. That's all I gotta say. Look at that wall of rain. That's crazy. Storm's looking a little bit intense. That's a lot of rain coming down there. You can see, like, right there, there's that leading edge of the wall of rain. And you can see on the bottom, there's the rain coming in. This is, again, coming into Tupelo, Mississippi. Let me see what the Tupelo, Mississippi cam looks like. See if it has any view of anything yet. Not yet. A little bit far out. There we go. Callister, Oklahoma got hit hard. Yeah. No, come back. All right, looks like the camera is struggling. Oh. Might have gone down. No. Yeah, this thing just got smacked with those winds. Yeah, it went down. Yeah, I think this storm is intensifying. I think it's safe to say that. Yeah, we got some pretty strong winds. Yeah, the strongest winds potentially of this whole line just went right into that camera. And that's going to be coming into Tupelo, Mississippi here shortly. We got Boonville, Baldwin, Guntown, Satilla, Tupelo, all on the path of 60-mile-per-hour winds. I wouldn't rule out some isolated portions there of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Dang. Yeah, it went down. It's just looping now. Back up here in Tennessee, still some thunderstorms out here. This is the view from Savannah, Tennessee. Oh, dang. I didn't think Savannah would do this. Look at this. In Savannah, Tennessee, we have a shelf cloud developing. Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, there's a severe threat in Nashville. It's possible. But the latest severe thunderstorm watch was issued just south of Nashville. Yeah, we will definitely be live tomorrow. Tomorrow looks really dangerous for Oklahoma and like northern Texas. The wind threat looks very intense. We will be live. Decatur, Alabama has a camera on the bridge. Yeah, I don't know if we can. I know there's a lot of traffic cameras there, but they don't allow you to stream them anymore. You can't show them on stream. Really weird. There's a lot of good cameras. We got cameras in Florence on WeatherWise. Watch, I can show you. I'll switch over to here, and look, the screen just it doesn't show anything. It's like it senses it's on OBS, and it like I'm looking at it, it's live, and I could see it. National security issue? Not really. Yeah, that's that storm over there. Let's check back in. Is this thing back live? I'd love to see what it's like inside of this storm. Yeah. It looks like the power got knocked out over there near Pontiac, but we do have this camera still in Tupelo. So we will definitely be able to see the storm again. Not quite there yet. I'll do a little zoomed out view here and put it in motion. It's your browser settings? No, it's the same in OBS, which uses a different browser. You could be right, Brian. That is technically possible, yeah. Thank you, Kelly, for the 10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Thanks for the Saturday AM stream. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, there's not much of a tornado threat today, but we could definitely see some pretty intense winds and a lot of power outages out here. And I mean, I'm still not ruling out the tornado threat. We do have a 2% tornado threat. I do definitely believe that there is a scenario that could happen where we get a couple of tornado warnings today. Actually, might be a little bit of a couplet here near Poplar Springs. Whoa. Maybe even some debris there near Sherman. Not really sure what to think about that. It's not deep enough to be able to say that's a tornado, but definitely some stronger winds moving into Sherman there. And we've got to watch out, especially on this area where our most favorable kinematics is for some spin-up tornadoes. But so far, we haven't seen any of that happen yet. But that could certainly happen at some point today. No, don't tell me this camera went down too. Dude. All right, we're going to have to rely on our traffic cams. Ooh. We do have a lot of cameras near the Tupelo area, so hopefully we can catch some sky views. Yeah, this is inside of the storm. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Okay, yeah, this severe thunderstorm should be upgraded to 70 miles per hour. Those are some strong winds. This is coming towards Tupelo. These are the winds on I-22. Wow. Yeah, those are strong. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds for sure. Storms still are warned for 60 mile per hour winds, but they need to upgrade that ASAP. I think that Tupelo camera is down, but we got traffic cameras still. Wow. Yeah, strong winds there. Let's see if we can get like a sky view out of Tupelo from one of these traffic cams. Whoa. Yeah, there's your storm. Not as nice looking as that high definition cam, but it's the best that we got. Oh, okay. It's back. There's like some weird letters on there. I think they just rebooted it, so that hopefully will clear out. But look at this storm near Tupelo. This thing's definitely got some strong winds inside it. I would say up to 70 mile per hour winds, according to our traffic cameras. I do want to switch back and forth, though, between this. And since we have a sky view, we'll use this camera for in the storm view. Okay, so it's already at that one. This one will be the next camera to get hit by those winds. There we go. And they're coming. We'll just switch back and forth. So if you're in Tupelo, especially if you live near big trees, I'd be closer to the most interior portion of your house, on the lowest floor. Yeah, that's not associated with the, well, yeah. That actually might be a tornado. Near Macedonia. I'm still waiting on that latest scan to come in, but there is a CC drop. You're right about that, Sushi. Or I mean, Sam, sorry. It might be a tornado there. Like a brief tornado. Moving down to the south and east towards Beach Springs. That could just be wind damage because those winds are also strong. So that could be like a bunch of leaves getting picked up by the winds. Oops. Wrong screen. There we go. Sorry. CC drop over here south of Macedonia, in between Macedonia and Belden. Gonna keep an eye on that. Overland Park. And there's a special weather statement up there. Check that real quick. Oh, yeah. Y'all got quite the line of storms moving through Kansas City into Independence. Not severe yet, but looks like that might try to become severe. This is the view inside of the storm. I think I want to go a little bit north near that CC drop. Let me see where that would be. Yeah, like this camera here, where that CC drop is going towards. Just to see if we can see anything. Like as it comes through, it's probably our strongest winds in the storm right now near this camera. We'll keep an eye on that. Let me see if they've upgraded this storm yet. Yeah, they have upgraded it to 70 mile per hour winds now. So this line of storms is warned for 70 mile per hour winds heading into Boonville, Baldwin, Guntown, Satilo, and Tupelo. You guys need to be indoors and well away from those windows as we do have some 70 mile per hour winds coming through your guys' area. Again, that's going to be enough to knock out power for a lot of folks. This is our latest view out of Tupelo. This is what our storm looks like from the sky. Yeah, I'm wondering if that CC drop was just like strong winds picking up debris because it doesn't really look like that tight of a circulation. So I'm wondering if that's more of like a maybe it was like a brief tornado, just not picking up very well on radar. Check back over with our traffic camera that's in the path of that CC. Yeah, so the winds still haven't gotten there yet. Man, this storm looks pretty strong though. 70 mile per hour winds inside of this. Thank you, Ray J. I appreciate that. We finally got there. Seemed like it wasn't going to happen, but it finally happened. It's hazy, hot, and humid. Yeah. CC not visible on the other radar. Yeah, that happens. You want to check back in with that area now that we have a new scan. We know the latest CC scan, but there is still some sort of really strong winds or maybe a brief tornado could still be located in that area there, south and west of Satilo. And again, these are 70 mile per hour winds that are coming into this area, so I would definitely be indoors and away from windows, especially if you live near big trees. Here's the latest scan there. You want to check back here on this camera. Make sure we're current because that storm is about to move in. See how strong these winds are here in just a little bit. Hasn't quite moved into the camera yet, but it's just on the doorstep. Whereas this is in Tupelo, Mississippi, these cameras. That's where our strongest winds are with our enhanced risk storm. We were theorizing as this approached Alabama, we would start to see the severe weather threat increase, and it seems like that is exactly what's happened here. 70-mile-per-hour winds are certainly enough to knock out power for a decent amount of folks. So you definitely want to be sheltered inside of your house. Do not want to be caught outside with a storm like this. That is for sure. Yeah, Connor's going to be coming on in about 50 minutes. Latest scan, there is still something here near Beach Springs. I'm still unsure if that's a tornado or not. Again, we don't have really strong velocities near here. That could just be like a really strong gust of wind moving through. Check back over here. Well, I want to go south because that little debris signature is diving south. I think further south than this. Dang, look at that. That's crazy. Big old wall of rain approaching. Could be yeah, we just looked at that. That could be a brief tornado. It is possible, but it could also be just really strong winds. Oh man, the camera glitched, really? We got a camera on the ground out here, so you should be able to see those winds come in and just see how strong they are. Oh, south of Tupelo? Let me check in on that. Not seeing anything south of Tupelo. It's really catching my eye right now. Mainly only keeping an eye on this guy north of Balch Springs. Oh, wow. You can see the wall of rain approaching now. This camera should be picking up those winds. Oh, we got a car under the overpass. No, they're waiting at the light. Never mind. Well, you could easily explain those debris signatures as also just strong winds and leaves. So without like a definite like debris signature, it's going to be hard to confirm. Oh, wow. Dang. Okay, really strong winds coming in here. My goodness, let me get a clear cam. Wow. Yeah, this is near Satilo in Mississippi. Let me check this other camera. You see how fast those winds are moving across the screen. Yeah, we're still dealing with a pretty powerful severe thunderstorm warning here. And 70-mile-per-hour winds, as you can see, is no joke. We're about to see that come into Tupelo itself. See, the camera is shaking quite a bit. Saltillo. Oh, okay, Saltillo. Gotcha. It'll be interesting to see how long this camera lasts. Let me hurry up and get just like a quick camera view, like in the middle of Tupelo here. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, it looks like the main core of the wind is moving into Tupelo, Mississippi now. Not too crazy yet, though, on that camera. And again, this is the storm that we're tracking here. Right here in this area, this storm is warned for 70 mile per hour winds. That's going into Tupelo right now. Smithville. We have a camera in Smithville. Tremont, Fulton, Belmont, Tishomingo, Iuka, and Marietta. We should be able to get a really nice view from this camera as well. Oh, yeah. You can even see it. See the storm on there. That'll be the next one we watch. Looking at circulations. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more surprise CC drops, but we definitely still have some pretty strong winds heading into Tupelo, Marietta, Mantachie, and Tishomingo and Belmont. Again, you guys need to be indoors, well away from those windows. Our southern warning here is warned for 60 mile per hour winds. I'm surprised these cameras here in Tupelo, these must not be like in downtown Tupelo. They're not really showing much wind. Maybe they're a little bit behind. Maybe the winds aren't that strong there. Let me check. Oh, well, these cameras went out. Yeah, so maybe the core of the winds is a little bit farther back in there. Let's see. I'm still keeping an eye on it. See what this camera in Amory looks like. Oh wow, look at this view. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of good views of this storm as it moves into Amory and also near Smithville as well. But yeah, as you can see, our main area of instability is right back up in this area here. And you can see as soon as this line of storms, as that surface inversion kind of dried up or warmed up, and then this started to move into that instability, this thing is really starting to get its act together. And again, this line of storms is going to be coming into northern Alabama. We're talking areas like, Florence, Moulton, Haleyville, Hamilton, eventually maybe even Birmingham, Gadsden, Huntsville, New Hope, Scottsboro, and Fort Payne are all going to be impacted by this line of storms, including myself. So as this storm comes close to me, I'll start streaming members only and put the members only stream on my main stream so you guys can keep an eye on it. Let's come watch one of these cameras since we've given an update here. You like highest cams? Yeah. Yeah, Mississippi storm chasers really do a good job in the Mississippi area putting up these cameras. Check the one over in Amory. See what it looks like. Oh, yeah. It's like Amory's getting a little bit of a storm out in front of the main storm. What does Aberdeen look like? Oh, yeah. And you can see the storm coming in from Aberdeen as well. Yeah, 3 cameras in the path of this. Yeah, like for like Tennessee, not really seeing much. Maybe if this line of storms actually gets organized near Nashville and Murfreesboro, and then Cookeville could get a little bit spicy up there. But our main threat is going to be down over here in northern Huntsville as these storms progress across the state there. Really starting around now, going until about 6 to 7 p.m. I think I might push Connor's stream back a little bit. I kind of want to be here for my area. I live in northern Alabama, and I want to give northern Alabama the best coverage I can. I think Connor would do a good, just as good a job as I could, but these are my folks, so I'll probably stay on while the storm is in northern Alabama. You can kind of see a shelf cloud back over there. There's a bunch of rain in Kansas City. Yeah. Are those storms severe warned yet? They're not severe warned yet. So, yeah, still warned for 50-mile-per-hour winds, heavy wind and rain. Definitely a possibility. Well, there is broad circulation there, but they're really weak. Thank you, Mike, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. You guys get a membership from Mike. Make sure you're thanking him in chat. Scumby appreciates your coverage. Yeah, no problem. Man, look at that shelf cloud. Yeah, we are getting a shelf cloud develop here. Yeah, it's quite the storm right there. Quite the view of it. Let's come back and give another radar update. Yeah, looks like our 70-mile-per-hour wind warnings are now getting pushed into Alabama on both of these line segments. So they have upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning to 70-mile-per-hour winds now on the southern side as well. It's going to be for Millport, Fayette, Vernon, Hamilton, Hackleburg, Tuscumbia, and Florence. So we also have a camera in Florence, the University of Alabama. You got a couple cameras in Florence. We'll be able to track the storms into there as well. Also got a couple prefrontal storms trying to develop out in front of this. Could get some tornadic issues if those merge into the line. And keep an eye on those just in case. Here's the view out of Smithville. But yeah, line of storms is about to come into Aberdeen, Smithville, Amory, Fulton, Belmont, Tishomingo, Paden. Here probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes for a lot of those areas. And that's our latest. I think it would be here between Athens and Huntsville. Yeah, I definitely do. Let me see if our traffic cameras go a little bit further east. Just want to check in on that potential there. I still want to try to get some sort of reading of how strong this storm is at the surface. Yeah, one of our cameras are going down there. We got one camera over here. This one should have a good perspective here of how strong the winds are at the surface. Okay, so I've pushed Connor's stream back to 2 p.m. Central Time. We should get a good understanding of the surface winds from this camera as it comes through. Wow, look at this shelf coming in. Yeah, the best thing you guys can do to help the stream is to just put this stream on your TV. If you're just tuning in and you want to be here for a brief moment, if you could watch for at least 15 minutes. If you could do that, that would help the stream out like a crazy amount. It's crazy how much that helps. It developed fast. Yeah, it slammed into that instability. And this thing's really getting started here on the southern side. We got 70-mile-per-hour winds possible all the way into parts of Alabama. This is our best look at the storm. I do want to check back over here near Amory, see if we have... Yeah, it looks like we're just mainly getting a view of that wind and rain because there's a lot of storms near the Amory area. Kind of obscuring our view of that shelf cloud at the moment. There's so many dark clouds. Yeah. Yeah, it's a powerful storm. I mean, 70-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to scoff at. That can easily knock out power, especially in these regions where our power grids really aren't the best. The more rural you get, the weaker the power poles get. And in fact, if this slams into my area with 70-mile-per-hour winds, I'll probably lose power. Might have to have Connor go live on his channel, because if I lose power, then I won't be able to host him on my stream. And the longer you have to wait, yeah, it takes a while. They are a little bit pokey slow. Yeah, you can see that wall of rain coming in from the Amory camera. No shelf cloud on the Smithville camera yet, though. Seems like our best view is still of this. Let's come check back in with the ground view. Do you want to just keep checking to make sure this is staying current? It's not quite there yet on our ground view. Wow. Look at that shelf cloud. It's not as cool as the shelf cloud we saw earlier, but that's still quite the shelf cloud. Yeah, a lot of the cities out here just don't get enough tax revenue to run the power underground. There's not really a whole lot of people paying electricity bills, so the power companies don't have enough money to do that. It's a great shot. It really is. Not as good. These storms are pretty much in the perfect spot to monitor them with our, with Radar Omega and with WeatherWise cameras. Let's check our ground view again. Make sure it's current, and then we'll go do a little update after that shelf cloud passes our camera. Oh yeah, you can see it. That rain's coming in. I think the shelf cloud's right over this camera right now. Yeah, this storm is currently moving into like eastern Mississippi right now, and it's about to come into Alabama. I do want to check these other cameras just to make sure we're not about to see a big old shelf cloud pop out of the rain. Yeah, still not seeing anything there. We're near Amory. Yeah, strong winds coming in to the Amory area right now. You can see how fast those... Oh, no. Oh, boy. We just got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning here with 80 mile-per-hour winds being possible now within this storm coming into Amory and Smithville, Aberdeen, and Hatley. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and this has been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And yeah, you can see here on radar, those winds are really picking up as they're about to move into Amory. Again, if you live in Amory, Mississippi, you need to be in your safe spots. Smithville as well, Hatley, and Aberdeen. This is a dangerous storm coming through. That's not good. That is not good. And that is the storm we've been watching here on camera. This is in that warning. Wow, look at that. What a shot. Thank you, Charlotte, for becoming a WIMD member. Jeez Louise. That is quite the shelf cloud. The colors and layers, I know, it's crazy. This is the southern edge of that 80-mile-per-hour windstorm. And we got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here in Mississippi. Do want to make sure we're staying current on these cameras. It is very likely that these cameras fall apart as the storm comes through, but we might get a glimpse of those 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is in the path of those. This camera down here, and you can see that wall of rain is coming. We're about to witness it if it can stay going. And wow, look at that view. And again, if you're just now tuning in, back over here near Smithville, Amory, Hatley, and Aberdeen, Mississippi, all need to be in their safe spots. We've gotten it in a particularly dangerous situation out over here. 80-mile-per-hour winds are coming into this area. We got a lot of cameras out over here. This one actually might get a good view of those 80-mile-per-hour winds as well near Smithville and also into Amory as well. Going to monitor this camera. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Coming into Amory. Our best view will likely come from this camera if it can survive, as those damaging winds will be more at the surface there and easier to see on these cameras that are closer to the surface. Oh, this camera is shaking a lot. Again, if you live in Amory, you need to be in your safe spots. These are the kind of winds that'll most likely knock power out for your area. And if you live near a big tree, you're definitely going to want to be in your safe spots because there's a higher likelihood with these 80-mile-per-hour winds that those big trees come down. So you definitely want to be closer to the interior portion of your house as this comes through. Again, this is a pretty dangerous storm. It's about as dangerous of a storm that we are expecting today. And unfortunately, it's hitting Amory here with those 80-mile-per-hour winds. Let's come back to here. Check back in with this camera. This could be a good vantage point here as well. Oh, yeah, this is perfect. It is just east of those winds. It's not quite here yet on our camera. But it's on its way. It looks like the Smithville camera might have gone down. No, it's still up. This is the view from Smithville, also in our 80-mile-per-hour wind warning. Nothing too crazy there yet, as that the main portion of those winds are back in here. So you can see it's not quite in Smithville, but it is that core of those winds are in Amory. Come back over here, and you can see that as those winds come through, definitely gets a lot more dicey a little bit further back into the storm. So they're not quite in Smithville, and they're not quite at our ground camera yet. This one will definitely give us the best understanding of if we still have those 80-mile-per-hour winds. Because again, sometimes they're brief. Sometimes those 80-mile-per-hour winds only exist for a little bit and then they die off. So we'll see if it's still got it with this camera for sure. But that's the latest there. Again, winds are moving into Aberdeen now, also Hatley and Smithville here in Mississippi. Come check back with our Amory camera. Oh, yeah. Yeah, still some pretty strong winds here. I bet you really can't tell the full story on this. You can kind of see on the bottom right how fast those winds are moving through the trees. And I really feel like our Smithville camera will probably give us the best understanding if it can survive. And it looks like it might have died. Yeah, I think our Smithville camera is gone. Oh, wow. Here it is in Aberdeen. Also, very heavy rain and wind coming through the area. Yeah, it looks like our Amory camera has also died. What about our traffic camera? Still good to go. It's still east of the storm. We'll keep an eye on that. But it looks like almost all of our cameras here in this area has gone down due to the strong winds. So again, the reason why these cameras are going down is because of those strong winds. It's knocking out power in this area. So that just goes to show just how effective these storms are at this moment of knocking out that power. So again, if you live in Smithville and Hatley, I would certainly be in your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Looks like we still got a line of storms about to move into the Florence area as well. Should be able to keep track of that as it comes through. Not good. Oh, the Amory camera is back up. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore on this camera. There's such heavy rain. Trying to keep an eye out for debris. Oh, yeah, there is debris falling. Every now and then you see a leaf. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty intense. Very heavy rain and strong winds with this storm still. Is there any rotation near Red Bay? Don't think so. Yeah, we don't have any strong areas of rotation within this line. It's mainly just straight line damaging winds. Back over here near Red Bay, there's kind of like a broad area of circulation there, but it's not very powerful right now. We also have this camera near Caledonia, Mississippi, that'll most likely capture a shelf cloud again. Yeah, you can see it's just basically blinding rain here in Amory, or south of Amory into Aberdeen. And that wind front is right in here now, about to cross over the Mississippi-Alabama border into Detroit and Soligent. Make sure this camera is up to date here. Storm should be moving in shortly. See what it's like up here. Definitely some stronger winds. The stronger winds are moving in over this camera, which is a tad bit north of this, of where those, where the core of the winds are down in Amory. But really looking like 80-mile-per-hour winds to me up here, further up to the north. I think the northern portion of the storm is a little bit weaker than what it is down here. This is definitely our core right now of our strongest winds. Oh my gosh. Is that a wasp? We're looking at a wasp butt. The heck? A little bit terrifying. If you guys got a fear of wasps, make sure that you look away. Bee booty. Oh my goodness. This wasp is like, it's so high up the ground. Why did it fly up this high just to land on this camera? Wasp butt. Yeah. Yeah, we should be able to get a really good view of this storm as long as that wasp doesn't get in the way. You see over here near Caledonia, bet you there's a nice shelf cloud still on the southern side of this. And you still have the destructive tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, so please do not let your guard down. Check back in with it looks like our Aberdeen camera has officially gone down as well. That is just testament to how strong. Okay, this camera in Amory is back up. You can still tell there's some pretty strong winds here. And over here near Smithville, this is a camera I really want up because it has like an actual close to the ground view. I think they're trying to restart the camera. Day 2 went moderate. That's not surprising. Not surprising at all. Yeah, it looks like tomorrow got a 5% tornado risk, and looks like yep. It's like day 2 has officially gone moderate. That's going to be for Memphis, Alton, Lawton, Duncan, Wichita Falls, Sherman, and Denton. And that's going to be for damaging winds of up to 45% hatched risk there for damaging winds. Not surprising. The bug's still there. Yeah, we still got wasp leg on our camera. I'm not sure if that's just a weird quirk of this radar. Yeah. I think the storms are a little bit more intense over here at Florence than what this radar is saying. And if you live in Florence, you guys do need to be indoors and away from windows. They did downgrade this warning though to 60-mile-per-hour winds, so it's not nearly as bad as what we're seeing further down to the south. But we still have a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning out over here in western Alabama. That's going to be for this storm. They might increase that to 80 if they still think that is what's happening in this storm right now. Why is he bugging us? I have no idea why he's up there. We do have a couple more cameras further down to the south. And these are what the storms of the south look like near Starkville. Definitely a lot weaker than our northern storms. But, some heavier rain is definitely possible there. Here's a storm in motion. You see generally where we're going with these storms over there near Florence, Moulton, Haleyville, Hamilton, Vernon are all eventually going to be in the path of this storm. How much longer until it impacts East Georgia? Well, it's moving. How fast is this line moving? It's moving to the east. Probably a little bit faster than it was. It says 40 miles per hour, but it's really starting to move to the east quite quickly now that it's really, got those stronger wind gusts in there. So, 40 miles per hour. Take a measurement of how wide Alabama is. So that's going to be about 4 hours before it gets to East Georgia. We could see some rain and thunderstorms before that. Looks like we just got an update here. They might have downgraded this to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, they did. No, it's still got 80-mile-per-hour wind tag on it, actually. Look over at our radar view. Yeah, our gust front is now on the border here of Alabama and Mississippi. It looks like the winds are subsiding a little bit there in Amory and Aberdeen, so that's good. The main core is past that area. And you can see there's a shelf cloud on this. Should get another shelf cloud view here in a little bit from our Caledonia camera. Can you see Colorado? I don't think there's much happening in Colorado today. Yeah, nothing happening in Colorado. Do I know when it will hit Atlanta? Probably within the next 5 hours for Atlanta. Did I see the day 2? Yeah, I did. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier today and how that moderate risk was likely, and it happened. Yeah, we've been on for 3 hours now covering these storms. They started off pretty weak, but we were looking at that meso analysis, and it was indicating that as these storms moved into Alabama, their severe threat would drastically uptick, and that's exactly what happened. Still haven't seen much of a tornado threat develop, which is kind of what we were expecting. I still think this is going to be primarily a damaging wind event. Lots of widespread power outages being possible as well. South Carolina got church picnic tomorrow. Yeah, some storms. Let me turn this off. Some storms really starting at 12 a.m. through 4 a.m. I mean, not looks like your picnic should be fine tomorrow. I could have some like light rain, but as long as it's in the afternoon tomorrow, you should be good. Thank you, Bill, for the 2. Sent me a camera. I'll check that out. Hamilton, Alabama. Oh yeah, that's in the path of our stronger winds. And it's a city cam. Nicely done, Bill. So we got a camera in Hamilton, Alabama, which is where the core of these winds are heading towards. So we should get a good view as long as this camera survives. I'll put that down there. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Bill. We love city cameras. Yeah, Hamilton is up here in that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. They still haven't extended it, and that main, gust front is like back over in here. So they might have downgraded that to a they got rid of the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, I think. Yeah. Okay. So the destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. So that's good. Let me change my title back. I think these storms will get James Spann's attention. Yeah, absolutely. I would be surprised if he's not live, to be honest. James Spann's probably live. Oh, I didn't even know we had a camera down here in Alabaster. Look at that. Sunny out here in Alabaster. Jeez. This should have a view of something. Oh, yeah. Look at this. We got a shelf cloud. Man, that thing looks gnarly. This is looking from Caledonia, Mississippi. there's specific date yet for the weather brains with James Spann? I think there is. Let me just double check. Yeah, we'll be getting an interview with James Spann and Weather Brains on July 28th. So like in a month and a half. Man, look at that shelf cloud. Wow, that is a gnarly looking shelf cloud. That is beautiful. Beautifully dangerous. Yeah, looks like the wasp effed off, thankfully. Not a fan of wasps. Although the wasps on my porch, they live in my fan. They're pretty friendly. I walk out, they come out and investigate it, but they never try to bite me because they know that I'm not trying to, hurt them or anything. They're pretty friendly. They're usually pretty friendly when you don't mess with them. If you start like trying to swat at them, that's when they try to bite you. Wow. Look at that storm. That is wild. Do wasps bite? I think some wasps actually do bite. Or most of them. They bite and sting. If I remember correctly. I remember like a wasp flew into my shirt when I was younger and it bit me 10 times. I thought it stung me 10 times, but that's when I learned that wasps bite. Another reason to hate them? Yeah. They are, I mean, that's the thing, like, if you, like, they're small, right, in comparison to you, right? So, like, if you do happen to interact with one in just the wrong way, they will bite you or sting you out of fear. But I learned from a pretty young age, especially because we have a lot of wasps in Alabama. That if you just ignore them, it's usually not a big deal. Yeah, day 2 is pretty dangerous. We were looking on models earlier. It's just a widespread area of like 70 to 90 mile per hour winds possible, potentially even stronger than that. It's going to be basically a derecho tomorrow. If the storms do exactly what is forecast, we could easily be talking about derecho there in Oklahoma. I think we haven't been zapped by wasps yet, but small bumblebees have gotten you twice now. Ouch. Man, look how fast this shelf cloud is moving. Yeah, this is a storm out over here near Caledonia. And our main core of this storm is now moving into the Alabama area, about to push into Hamilton. Main core of the winds is right in here in this area. And we do have a camera in Hamilton, Alabama. So we'll be checking that out in a little bit. Actually, we can check it out right now and just kind of tell you guys what we're seeing. Got to make sure this is current. Yeah, nothing too crazy yet out of Hamilton, but we should have a pretty good understanding of what these storms are still doing as they move into Alabama. We also have a camera over here near Cherokee, Alabama. These are the storms that are going to be moving into Florence. And yeah, I mean, you can see that nothing too crazy yet. Maybe we see a shelf cloud from these cameras. I do not know. It's technically possible. We look like we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning out over here near Caledonia and Columbus. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think that rain and wind is coming in to the area here. I'm on the new mesoscale. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like the new mesoscale discussion has been issued for me, Decatur, Coleman, Birmingham, Hoover, Hamilton, Russellville, and Florence. That is going to be for 65 to 80 mile per hour winds there. So the greatest threat for a swath of wind damage over the next couple of hours is going to be in that area circled. When do these storms begin to weaken? They should weaken as they move into Georgia a little bit. Really just depends on the environment around these storms as they get there. Storms look feisty. They are. I mean, we just had a portion of the storm produce 80 mile per hour winds into Amory and Aberdeen. So they definitely have some pretty strong wind potential. Thankfully, none of these storms are really that strong in Tennessee. Tennessee's kind of dodged a bullet. But it seems like mostly northern Alabama. So our forecast is going really well. Forecast for DC. We're not doing that right now. Well, I guess we can. Just like a brief one. For Washington, D.C., for the rest of today, looks like just some rain by the time we get into 4 a.m. Any storms for Winston-Salem? Could get some rain, I think. When I live in Alabama, I do. I live in northern Alabama. I live somewhere in this circle. In rotation in Tennessee? Nah, not that I can tell. Yeah. Fortunately, that area that you're talking about is deep into a radar hole there. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is an area where, storm chasers rarely chase. So it's probably why it doesn't get too much coverage, but I will always go live for Alabama, especially if we got an enhanced risk. And it looks like storms are picking up here in Hamilton. Starting to see some rain develop here in Hamilton, Alabama. Nothing too crazy in terms of winds just yet, though. Did I work for Ryan? About 3 years ago. It looks like a little bit stronger thunderstorms are moving into Florence. Not quite that intense yet, though. I think the main core of the winds are still to your west, like over here near Cherokee, Alabama. This is what's coming for Florence, and you can definitely tell. I got some pretty strong winds. See how fast those clouds are moving. I think our next chance for maybe a shelf cloud would be this camera, but we'll see. Gallant, Alabama. Let me check. Gallant, Alabama. You guys are good for now. You got a couple of pop-up thunderstorms nearby you. But eventually, yeah, these storms will be coming in with a severe threat. More storms develop. After these storms, believe it or not, at least the latest HRRR says that these storms come through And then again, we get maybe some more storms fire, like back over, from like 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m. These ones won't nearly be as bad as the ones that came through. Maybe some heavier rain, a couple instances of severe weather can't be ruled out, but what's happening right now is our main risk for today. Your grandma and her sister lives in Gallant. Yeah, I would just tell them to be ready. Storms are going to be getting there eventually. All right, looks like winds might be picking up a little bit here. Oops, is this camera? Here in Hamilton. Just make sure we're current. We are. Oh, yeah, look at that. See a little tree in the background is moving quite a bit. I wonder if would Brett go live for this? I feel like Brett might go live for this. That'd be so nice if he did. Hey, Brett, if you're watching, you should go live. Brett lives in northern Alabama. He's not live right now, but that'd be helpful if he did go live. Yeah, there's not a single storm chaser in this area. I think Brad Arnold, who's also a local storm chaser, is out over in Texas right now. Going to Starkville, Mississippi. Starkville, you can see we got a camera back over here near Addison. That's what it looks like right there. You guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning. This portion of the storm is a lot weaker. So we just got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Jasper for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be Jasper, Double Spring, Carbon Hill, and Dora, Alabama. I'm going to storm chase. I'm definitely going to, once the storms get close, I'm definitely going to switch over to members only and do a little video, our live stream. We'll see. Thankfully, these storms are sitting around 60-mile-per-hour winds, so I don't think we're going to have too much of an issue. You're heading out towards Florence. All right. Are you live, Storm Chaser, Rob? Brandon Kopic is live. Yeah, but they're live in Texas. They're not live here in Alabama. This is our main threat for the day. There could be some nice structure in Texas, but maybe some large hail. Let's see if Storm Chaser Rob is live. Okay, so Rob says he'll be out streaming in Alabama. So we'll have a Storm Chaser out here soon. Storm Chaser Rob. He's local too. Let's check out these other cameras. See if we have any good views of these storms further up to the north. We can see something from Florence. Yeah. The problem with these storms in Florence is that they're too rainy. Can't really see anything. But this is what is coming for Florence. This right here. Definitely, you see those trees moving back there. Definitely some gusty winds. Not really that strong, though. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds. Low chance of, power going out there. Our strongest winds are still down here near like Hackleburg, Vernon, heading towards Fayette, Alabama, Carbon Hill, and Double Springs. Eventually, that's going to be trying to make it into the Birmingham area. We'll see. Might be just north of Birmingham. Thank you, Wendy, for gifting 10 memberships. Guys, if you get a membership from Wendy, make sure you're thanking her in chat. We good over in East Northeast Tennessee? Yeah. Yeah, we might get some severe thunderstorm warnings eventually over here near like Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And in fact, we might be even able to see a shelf cloud up here if one develops. But I think that's about as far north as our severe thunderstorms will go, like with this portion of the line. Everywhere further up to the north is just mainly some wind and some rain. Nothing too crazy. Probably not severe. Tennessee getting off easier. Yes. This time around, yeah. And you guys got off easy yesterday, too, but there might have been a brief tornado, like late night. Thank you, Roof, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, welcome. Knoxville, yeah, Knoxville should be fine. I'm not expecting anything crazy for Knoxville. Storm, like as soon as that daytime heating goes away, the storms will only get weaker here in Tennessee. But I wouldn't completely rule it out. Some severe weather. I mean, there's still a lot of time for stuff to happen and to develop out over here. Dalton, Georgia, yeah, could eventually get these wins for sure. You can see how fast this line is moving off to the east. South Carolina, maybe some storms, but the severe weather threat should be on the lower end. But I wouldn't rule out a couple of instances of like severe wind in South Carolina. You just sent me something telepathically. Hold on, let me check my telepathic emails. You, JJ. Yeah, we finally hit 80,000. Thank you, everybody that has subscribed to the channel today. I think we're going to hit it, but we did. Lexington, I think that's like, isn't that like, yeah, you guys are good for the rest of the day. Just some heavy rain. You've already experienced your worst. Thank you, Beverly, Camel, Dennis, Laura, Graphics, and Capandito for subscribing. Powerful winds can knock down trees. Any severe weather in Winston-Salem. Yeah, it's possible. It's going to be hit or miss, Alyssa, but it's technically possible. I just think it's a low chance. Check back over here in Florence. Should be getting that heavier rain pop up here. Not yet. Over here north of Manhattan, Alabama. Yeah, storm still hasn't come through there yet. How's Finger, Tennessee? Let me see where Finger is. Finger, Tennessee. Hey, you guys are good. Storms past you. Could be some more storms that form on the backside of this. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. Cleveland, Tennessee. Yeah, there's still a chance that y'all might get some severe weather. There's still a lot of daylight for these storms to try to intensify and become severe. Hannah, thank you for the 2. Yeah, your storms tomorrow are going to be wild. If these forecasts are correct. Worried about at around 11 p.m. tonight. I could have some storms develop there with some damaging winds, but then those kind of fall apart near you. It'll be very brief. And then this line here could be very significant tomorrow. So I would definitely be ready to go. I mean, we're talking about 70 to 100 mile per hour winds. Derecho-like storm. I would certainly, be seeking shelter as those come through. And that's going to be at around 10 p.m. tomorrow. All All right, little update on our severe thunderstorm warnings. We do still have this line of wind. Just went through Guin and then is about to head into Fayette here, potentially with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Then over here near Brilliant and Bear Creek, 70-mile-per-hour winds are still possible there. And then further up to the north, we just got an extension here for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Moulton, Rogersville, Athens, Priceville, and Ardmore. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows there. And then back over here, just to the west of Tuscaloosa, we have a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning. That's going to be coming from this storm here into from Starkville into reforming Gordo over the next hour or so. Lubbock tomorrow. We're thankful for a break today. Yeah. Lubbock went crazy over these last couple of days. I am thankful that we didn't get like a big tornado out of there. Yeah, some severe storms were possible near Lubbock, so I'd definitely be weather aware around like 6 or 7 p.m. For Glenville, Georgia. That's gonna be a while. We're talking like maybe around 9 p.m. and then maybe around 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Was there a tornado emergency yesterday? I don't think so. Not that I remember. So we should be getting some storms move through Florence now. Oh, wow. We actually have a little bit of a shelf cloud. This is out over in Florence, Alabama. Is frozen? There we go. Yeah, it was frozen. Storms are coming into Florence. See how strong the winds are here. We got a little wire on the pole as our wind meter. My notifications. I'm not seeing anything on my notifications. Yeah, keep those cameras coming, Bill. I missed that one, unfortunately. It looks like it went down near Winfield. I don't think I can show that one, though. That one looks like it's somebody's personal camera. Oh, Cash App. And thank you, Eugene, for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like those winds are coming in. Not too strong. I mean, you can see that pole shaking a little bit. And I think Florence is kind of dodging a bullet. That doesn't look too bad. Got our Moulton camera. Yeah, still nothing happening on this Moulton camera, unfortunately. Radar Omega doesn't have any cameras. Our next one's going to be over here near Ardmore, Tennessee. Where we'll probably be able to get a pretty good view from that one. I check back over here in Tennessee. Yeah, no shelf cloud over here. Thunder in Athens already? Yeah. And there's definitely, you see all these little lightning bolts. But you can probably hear some thunder out there for sure. Strongest portion of our line is still further down here to the south, with 70-mile-per-hour winds pushing into Haleyville and Double Springs. Who's that? Oh, that's Storm Chaser Rob. He's live. He's in Athens. Let's get him up. He's not live on YouTube yet, but he's live on the has cams. So we'll have a view from Storm Chaser Rob McBay out over here into northern Alabama. He's in Athens right now. And once he goes live on YouTube, we'll be able to get him on the feed here. Actually, we can just get him. We can get him off of Livestorm's media. But I'll put him here. There we go. You can tell he's a storm chaser by his cracked window. Is the storm hitting me? It will eventually. Yeah, we do have a couple of storms out over here. I live over in this region of Alabama, and they're getting closer. Union, Tennessee. Yeah, let me see what's happening there near Union. That's not right. Union, Tennessee. There it is. Oh, yeah. It's mostly just going to be rain up there in their Union. But I will say there is a decent amount of time for this storm, to still, change here in Tennessee. We still haven't seen any severe thunderstorm warnings out of the Tennessee area. But we do have a couple of views of this storm right now. And I mean, it's pretty close. It's not quite severe, but it's pretty close to becoming severe. So we'll see. And if we can get a little bit more activity further north, but we haven't even had anything close to a severe storm, like anywhere north of like Lawrenceburg for real. Yeah, by the way, if you haven't liked this stream or subscribed to this channel yet, please consider it. It do be helping. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. We're almost there, 20,000 subs away. No problem, Dennis. Can I send you a camera? Sure. I'm not sure if I can use it, but you can send it and I'll check it out. Storms look feisty on radar. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not weak storms. I mean, these ones further up to the north are, we're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds. You're definitely going to feel the storm depending on your storm, your ability to deal with, a severe thunderstorms, your threshold. It'll probably feel dangerous, but in my opinion, I don't really think 60-mile-per-hour windstorms are that strong. They can cause some power outages, but they're not really storms to be afraid of, in my opinion. But if you don't really have a high threshold for storms. You don't get them that often, and you're not really used to them. A 60-mile-per-hour storm can still be scary. But our strongest storms are still down here with our 70-mile-per-hour winds about to come into Double Springs, Addison, Arley, Carbon Hill, Jasper, and Dora. I mean, there's probably some people near Lawrenceburg that are scared of this storm, and it's only got a special weather statement on it for 40-mile-per-hour winds. You can see a tornado from the front porch. That's a pretty high tolerance. I got that same tolerance. Tennessee storm alleys in that southern area. Yeah, I mean, northern Alabama can get pretty active at times. I thank you, CJ Pilot, Caleb, HRG, Mad Bradley, and Notorious Bob for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me check in on those power outages. I'm curious. Yeah, so far, looks like Arkansas has 15,000 people without power. Mississippi has 15,000 people without power. And so far in Alabama, we're around 5,000, with the main power outages coming from like Marion and Lamar counties. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. You have a profile pic of you? Yes, you do. And your name is Rizzer. All right. Okay. I guess I'm flattered. Thank you. It used to be a profile pic of Max. Oh, I see. Changing allegiances. Fair enough. Hey, we take those. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Jazzy, are you getting hangry? Don't worry. We got Connor coming on at 2. Yeah. This could be a disaster. We'll see. I'm going to try to have Connor on my channel at 2 p.m. But if my power goes out, you might have to like use my phone internet to raid him. So we'll see. Hopefully the power doesn't go out. All right, here's what the storms are looking like in Hatton, Alabama. Honestly, not too bad. Just a little bit rainy. Nothing too crazy yet there. This is our view from Storm Chaser Rob. He is near Athens. He's traveling towards Florence right now. But if you're listening to me, I think your best shot to see something, Rob, is to turn around, go south on I-65. Try to make it down to Priceville before the storms come through. No, not Connor Croft. Connor Croft's a storm chaser. Am I 31 years old? Yes. Just seems like a normal day. Yeah, I mean, storms are definitely a lot weaker than they were over here on the northern side. This entire line was warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds as it barreled into, Alabama. We had an instance of 80-mile-per-hour winds go through Amory and Aberdeen. And we still have 70-mile-per-hour winds possible over here near Double Springs and Carbon Hill and Jasper. Carbon Hill. Let me see. Carbon Hill, Alabama. Yeah, you're right over there. Yeah, you're under a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning, so definitely be hunkered down there in Carbon Hill. Probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, things are going to get a little dicey. My storm chaser? I do storm chase, yes. Every now and then. I hope so, Alex. But I still think that I mean, we're still like into peak daylight heating. If we come over to our satellite, does seem like though it is getting a little bit more cloudy out there. You're sure our power will go out? It's very possible. We got a lot of like rural areas out here where these storms are going, and our power companies aren't that great. Power does go out pretty quickly. Thank you, Sid. I appreciate that. Would I box Ryan and Max for charity? I mean, I would, but I'd rather play them in golf. I really don't like I really don't like purposely receiving or giving pain, even if it's for charity. Have I ever cut a stream early due to a tornado at the studio? Um, yes, actually. I didn't cut it, but I had to go to my safe spot once. Yeah, golf tournament would be fun. Slap contest? No. All right. The good news is we haven't had like one instance of like dangerous rotation with these storms. It looks like the core of the storm might be in Hatton. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I think I could beat both Connor and Max in golf. We need to get Reed Timmer out there as well. Reed Timmer, Connor, Max. There's a lot of other storm chasers at that golf. We should have like a little charity golf event. That'd be awesome. It'd be so down. We would do like members only. Evan's practicing for golf tournament streams. Would y'all be would any of the members be interested in that? Like I go golfing like every day. Would y'all be interested in like going golfing with me one day? You'd watch. Okay. Everyone gets the Dominator. That would be crazy. That's like a $250,000 prize. You'd watch, not a golfer though. Gotcha. You'd golf with me. All right. Yeah, I play at the Robert Trent Jones golf course near Hampton Cove. I got a little membership there. Maybe something happening here in terms of a little area of rotation developing there. It's not strong rotation, but I'm keeping an eye on it. I'll keep looking at it. You live in Huntsville and you want to go golfing with me. You need somebody. Let's go to Cherokee Ridge. Where's Cherokee Ridge again? Is that the one off of like near the old Grissom High School? No SRH with these storms? Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty weak tornadic environment, but you can never rule it out. Cherokee Ridge. Let me see. I've never gone there. I've heard people talk about it. Is that the one in Union Grove? I mean, Robert Trent Jones is top tier, but I mean, I'm always down to play other golf courses. Past Lacey Springs. Oh, over there. Okay. And that golf course almost got hit by a tornado a couple weeks ago. Oh, looks like Rob was listening. He's going south on 65. There we go. I guess he's watching the stream. It looked like he was going to Florence. And I said, probably your best bet is, honestly, if you could make it to Coleman, you're golden, Rob. You'll have a good service in Coleman. Find like a little hill. And then that's probably the best chance of seeing like a nice shelf cloud, in my opinion. It's just too rainy to the north. We've been seeing our best shelf clouds though, mostly like near like this portion of the storm near Carbon Hill. Cherokee Ridge is better. It's harder. I don't know about all that. Robert Trent, like the river course has like a bunch of lakes and water. The and like the fairway, there's like a little bit of rough, and then the rough around that is like super deep. If you hit it in there, it's like you're in the water pretty much. So you have to be super accurate with your drives in order to get a lower score. On the Highlands, also has a lot of water and a lot of bunkers. But I mean, I'd be down to play it. Cherokee Ridge at some point. It's gonna be more expensive. I get discount. I'm thinking about getting like the year membership, the $2,000 membership for Robert Trent Jones, so I can. That'd probably save money, to be honest. All right, winds are moving through Moulton, Alabama, now east of Florence, about to head into Lexington and Rogersville. And then back over here, Jasper, Cordova, still 70 mile per hour wind potential. But they have downgraded the southern portion of this line to 60 mile per hour winds heading towards Barry, Tuscaloosa, Reform, Gordo, also in that warning as well. A lot of bunkers is nice. You like playing in the sand? Yeah, I don't really have much of a problem with the sand. I play pretty well out of the sand. You live in Vermont? Come play disc golf. My parents have a vacation house that I think it was my great grandpa built near Ludlow, Vermont. The area is beautiful. There's a camera in Hatton, but it hasn't really been showing much. Just some rain. We got Storm Chaser Rob making it down to the south. If he can beat these storms, which it's possible, from I-65, the thing, he's coming from Athens and he hasn't really made it to Mooresville. He can make it to Coleman, but he just might not be able to. These storms are moving pretty fast to the east. I thought he might have a chance, but I don't know. Might not be possible to get all the way down to Coleman before. Miles Parrish, Jasper. Yeah, y'all got a storm coming with 60 mile per hour winds, or actually 70 mile per hour winds coming through your area. So watch out. Definitely some pretty good chances down there for some power outages. Do I go golfing every day? Or every day that I'm not live? And even days that I do go live, if I have a morning, I'll go hit the range and then play the par threes. Yesterday, I hit a crazy shot. I almost made a hole in one yesterday. It was 210 yards out. I hit my 3-wood, our hybrid, soft, like a soft swing, and I made it 4 inches from the hole. I thought it went in for a second. Does Storm Chaser Rob have access to radar? I mean, I would assume so. A weather alert for Western North Carolina. Yeah, there's like a special weather statement out here. I don't really know what it's for, but probably just saying, hey, some thunderstorms could be possible and some winds later. Thank you for your coverage and work. You live in Hazel Green, Alabama. You moved here in 2019. Only knew of Ryan, was told about you yesterday. Glad to be able to watch local. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I mean, the good news about being subscribed to me, especially if you're in Alabama, if we do, like, say, we have a tornado outbreak, like I do national coverage most of the time. But if we have like a tornado outbreak in like this area, and then we have tornado warnings, like a ton of tornado warnings in Alabama, I usually switch my coverage from national to only Alabama. So. What time is it? You have a super cheap membership level. That I do. Well, the storms get to South Fulton. Oh, in Georgia? Or is that Georgia or Tennessee? There's 2 South Fultons. No, there's really not much of a tornado risk today. We're mainly only talking about damaging winds. There is a small chance here and there for spin ups, but like just in reference, we've been watching this storm for about 4 hours now, and we haven't seen one tornado warning. So it's mainly just been a wind threat today. But definitely some power outages possible. And thank you, Susan, Parker, and the Real House Ducks for subscribing. Welcome. Will we get 75 miles per hour? That is possible. I wouldn't rule out another surge of this storm eventually. We are still, got plenty of daytime heating. Our highest areas of instability right now are kind of on this portion of the storm. About 4,000 joules per kilogram right here. Could definitely see a couple more instances of some pretty strong winds as this moves into northern Alabama and into Georgia and Atlanta. And we'll be here for you guys. By the way, if you're new to the channel, it's not only just me that goes live on this channel. It's also Connor. He's going to be doing a shift from 2 to 4 p.m. We pushed him back an hour so I could do a little bit more coverage myself in Alabama. Yeah, from 2 to 4. We did get a severe thunderstorm warning actually now here in northern Tennessee, heading into Pulaski. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's what that storm looks like from the Pulaski camera. Yeah, Connor's pretty much like a carbon copy of me. No shelf cloud, unfortunately, on those storms. Just a big rainy mess. Next storm chaser, Rob. Getting close to the storms. The storms look like off of I-65. He's pretty close to Decatur right now. He's crossing over the Tennessee River. Decatur's just off on the right side. See, some storms are coming in. It's pretty rainy, though, so it'll be interesting if we actually see any shelf cloud action. We will definitely get an understanding of just how strong the winds are. Hey, will Georgia get a shelf cloud? You might, but it might be too dark for you guys to see it. Yeah, Storm Chaser Rob, he's local here in the northern Alabama region. Really happy he went live. Definitely giving us a great understanding of what could be possible in these storms? Should be able to see what the conditions are like down over here near Priceville. No, not the same Connor. No, not the same Connor. Like that's Connor Croft. He's a storm chaser. Connor is a live broadcaster, just like me, just like Max, just like Ryan. He's trying to get into YouTube broadcasting. He's really good. He's really talented, and he's really calm. He's got that really calm. You get a big calmness about it, which is perfect for our channel. We like to be calm on this channel and ramp it up when things are getting bad. And he's a perfect fit. There's so many people out there that just go way too crazy. They'll be sitting here being like, y'all better watch out here in Athens. We got a really strong storm coming your way. It's like, yeah, it's strong. 60-mile-per-hour winds can knock down some tree limbs, but as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be perfectly fine. So there's no reason to freak out about it. And Connor's got that same kind of vibe. So he's a perfect fit. I've been looking for somebody to do shifts with, and on these days, right? Like knowing tomorrow's a moderate risk, we would never do an 8-hour live stream or even close to an 8-hour live stream today. We'd have to save our voice. But I'm going to be live here for like 4, almost 5 hours. And then Connor's going to come in for 2 to 3 hours or 2 hours. And then we'll have plenty of stamina for tomorrow. See rotation in Birmingham. Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of broad circulation there near Oakman. It's not very strong, though, but there is some broad circulation there. This is windshield crack? Yes. That's how you know he's a storm chaser. And it's going to lose power. I hope not. Would not be fun. We would have to rush to try to raid. If you guys are watching and my power goes out, it'll probably be when Connor is on the channel. And if that happens, just stay tuned because you will be immediately transferred over to Connor's stream. I'll make him go public and on his channel, and then we'll raid him. It'll probably take about 5 minutes to do that, but we'll be able to pull that off. So just stay tuned for 5 minutes. If my stream goes down, it'll be when the storms come into this area. But hopefully that doesn't happen. But it usually happens when we get a severe thunderstorm warning. My infrastructure, my energy infrastructure is absolutely garbage. Hopefully Connor isn't in Alabama. No, he's not in Alabama. He's in Philadelphia. He lives in Philly. Download FEMA alerts. Do those still work? All right, let's do another update here. Looks like our storms are now into Barry. They're through Carbon Hill. And we're about to get a lot of storms over here near Perryville and also into Athens with that 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. But it looks like in Ardmore's a little bit rainy out in front of our main core. Our main core of winds will be back over here, just west of Athens. And yeah, we're still talking about Tuscaloosa here with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Jasper, Alabama, Cordova, and Durham, still 70-mile-per-hour winds possible there. Thank you, Arpelago, for the $5. Thank you so much. You love living in Virginia because it's the perfect balance of things. No very severe weather, no hurricanes, no tornadoes, for example. Yeah, you guys got it pretty nice there in Virginia. Really not much snow there either anymore, apparently. Yeah, that's the latest on where our severe weather is going and what kind of storms we're dealing with. And as you can see, they are still moving across to Alabama. I appreciate that playtime. Thank you. Been a subscriber for a while. Never realized you live in northern Alabama. You live in Fort Payne. Oh, that's not too far from me. Yeah, Fort Payne right there. I've actually storm chased near Fort Payne before. You subscribed? Well, thank you. More rotation in Birmingham. We'll check in on that. Yeah, I mean, it's still broad circulation outside of Birmingham. Not overly concerning yet. Probably not going to get a tornado warning. You're going to guess that my name is Evan Freiberger. Dang, that's a good guess. I don't know how you got that. All right, looks like Rob is getting close to the storms now. See if we can listen in. Do you have audio? It kind of sounds like Brett a little bit. Not going to lie. Where is he now? He is just south of Priceville, heading towards Falkville. He's trying to get to Coleman, but I mean, if he can get to Coleman and like maybe go to like Holly Pond, he might be able to get out ahead of this. I mean, it's not moving that fast to the east, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, it's moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. He might be able to get back ahead of it if he can make it to Coleman and then go west or east on Coleman towards Holly Pond. Could also maybe get a couple of good views of these storms, maybe. In my video, thank you. It looks like we just got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning now into the Birmingham area. And oh, wow. They have increased it to 70 mile per hour winds here for Birmingham. So that's going to be Bessemer, Vestavia Hills. I used to actually live in Vestavia Hills. Birmingham, Trustville, Gardenville, Kimberly, Warrior, Hayden, Oneida, and Blounceville all need to be indoors and well away from those windows. Power outages are going to be a little bit more likely now that we're talking about 70 mile per hour winds for you guys. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued out over here near New Hope, Owens Crossroads, Grant, Gunnersville, Albertville, and Boaz. That's going to be for 60 mile per hour winds. Hopefully you don't lose power today. I hope not, because that's going to be a mess. But we should be able. That's another good thing. Why Connor is taking over at 2 p.m. Central is because if my power does go out, we can do a raid towards his channel and still make sure you guys have severe weather coverage. But it will take 5 minutes. So if the channel goes down, what I have to do is I have to connect to my laptop with my cell phone, and that gives me just enough power to make sure that I can raid Connor. It's a low chance. I mean, it's a decent chance that the power goes out. Just letting you guys know. It's decent. It's a decent chance that happens. So just be prepared for it. If it does go out, just hang around. The screen's going to have a little swirly thing on it. Just hang around for 5 minutes, and then you will be. Because if you leave the channel, you won't get it like any notification that I've rated him. The raid only what a raid is on YouTube is that it takes the people that are watching my channel and then pushes them into Connor's channel automatically. So as long as you are on the channel when the raid happens, you'll be diverted over there. And that's just in case the power goes out. All right, looks like Storm Chaser Rob. He's in the storm here south of Priceville. He's drinking Red Bull. Like Storm Chaser Rob has something in common with Connor.
All right, the cell's trying to tighten up out here ahead of us. We're going to punch through this core. It's always the Hondas. I really wish this guy would get out of the way. Let's see if y'all want to gamble on how many people are parked underneath the overpass. There's two on the
Hopefully
side of the
not
road
many.
right here. Coming up on the Loves truck stop here. Loves rest stop. Love of Loves. Shout out Loves.
Shout out Loves. Loves truck stops. Unbeatable. Yeah, I didn't realize that my desktop audio was muted. I had to unmute it. All right. Evan, Grant is about to get it north of Gunnersville. Yeah. Yeah, Grant is in a severe thunderstorm warning of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Gunnersville, Albertville, Boaz, New Hope, Owens Crossroads. All right, I'm just trying to just messaging Connor here just to make sure we got all of our ducks in a row. I want to make sure as well that he has the link for Storm Chaser Rob. That, that, that. That, and then send that to Connor on Discord. Okay, sorry about that. All right, all the ducks are in the row. Yeah, I'm near these storms. I probably got a good, 10, 15 minutes before the storms hit me. Can I check McMinnville? Sure. McMinnville, Tennessee. Yeah, gonna be a little bit of time. The storms near you aren't severe yet, but I wouldn't rule out this becoming severe warned eventually. Getting rough in Coleman. Yeah. Yeah, Storm Chaser Rob is actually just north of Coleman. He's trying to make it to Coleman, and I think he's going to go west or east on 278 towards Holly Pond. That is this guy here. Or wait, this one. Yeah, there he is. This is what it's like near Coleman. Like it's voluming out there. Hey, Helen. Welcome, welcome. How's Alexandria looking? Let me see. Alexandria, Alabama. Is that right? No, that can't be right. Alexandria, Alabama. There it is. Okay, this is Alexandria. I'm not seeing the city though. Interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. Probably a good, 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours there for Alexandria. But the portion of the storm that's coming towards you is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Going to go over the latest on our severe thunderstorm warning. Back down over here near Tulsa or Tuscaloosa, got 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. Doing any drinking on campus, you probably want to stop doing that outside and bring it indoors. Back over here near Dora, got 70-mile-per-hour winds coming your way, and eventually that's going to be trying to move into Bessemer, Hueytown, Vestavia Hills, Birmingham, Trussville, Gardenville, Kimberly, Warrior, Hayden, Oneida, and Blount'sville. Back up over here near Coleman, we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds now being possible for Coleman, too. That got upgraded here recently. Good Hope, Dodge City, Hansville, Holly Pond, Arab, Albertville, Grant, New Hope, Owens Crossroads are all in that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. Yeah, my power might go down. If I'm going to be getting 70-mile-per-hour winds. And thank you, Soups and Terry, for subscribing. Thank you so much. This latest there. They still haven't extended this severe thunderstorm warning into Huntsville yet, though. Huntsville still doesn't have a warning yet. But I would imagine that happens soon. It's pretty breezy. Yeah. It definitely could get a decent amount of power outages from this storm if that truly has 70-mile-per-hour winds in it. Yeah, I mean, look at that. We're already up to 27,000 people without power here in Alabama. So this thing is definitely doing work here, unfortunately. Knocking out a lot of power. Your power's out? Yeah. The legitimate rotation southeast of Coleman? I can check it out. Yeah, it could be. I mean, there is it's like a little prefrontal storm there, just to the south and east of Coleman. Yeah, I will be safe. Don't worry. Tazzy, what are you barking at? Is this the beginning of the thunderstorm? No, I mean, it's been going on for a while. We've been live for 4 hours and 30 minutes. But this is honestly like kind of the strongest the storm has been, at least the most wide. Well, I mean, it's been about peak intensity really from eastern Mississippi into, northern central Alabama. Lots of wind and rain indicator. All good though. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's promising. Well, to be honest, you guys missed the worst of the storm. That's seems like the worst of it went to your south. Too hot to be losing power. Well, it should. Hopefully, it'll be cooler on the backside of the storms. That's a good point. And thank you, Julia, for the $6.99 towards the generator fund. Yeah, that's not the best way. The best way to donate to the generator fund, we have a wish list for that. I'll post it in chat. We have the generator, computer, and computer screen fund here. If you guys want to donate towards that stuff directly instead of just like sending it. Want to live in Gunnersville? No, I do not live in Gunnersville, but I live close to Gunnersville. My dad's boat is in Gunnersville. Flash flood warning for Boston, Massachusetts suburbs. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'll do a little bit of update on that. Oh, yeah. Up here in northern Boston, got a flash flood. Radar indicated flash flood warning for Newton and just north of Somerville. Underground power grid fund. That's pretty wild. Please check for rotating storms. I am. I mean, there's not a whole lot to report on that. We got some strong winds coming into Birmingham, but nothing really sticking out to me in terms of dangerous rotation. The only little thing that's sticking out to me is this guy. A little prefrontal storm does have a little bit of rotation over here near Fairview. Looks like Storm Chaser Rob's stream went down. Could there be a tornado near Decatur? No, Decatur's good to go. You guys got some rain, but the tornado threat will be more to your south if anything does develop. Rotation in Athens. There's nothing in Athens. There's actually a little bit of rotation developing north of Athens near like Prospect. Yeah, definitely some stronger winds near Prospect. See how fast the storm is moving through Alabama? It's pretty crazy. Maybe he's working on his audio issue. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Connor to send me the link. We had possible tornadoes in Oakland or Oakman, Alabama. No. The tornado threat would be located along this leading edge if it does develop, and that's past you. So you mainly just got still some damaging winds and lightning, but that's about it. It looks like they are still continuing to keep that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning for Birmingham, Hayden, Gardendale, Vestivia Hills, Russville, Oneida, and Blount'sville. They are continuing that warning. Power flickering in Good Hope, Alabama. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. And these storms are knocking out a lot of power in Alabama. And we got again 27,000 people without power so far in Alabama. The storm is definitely going to knock out your power. Definitely has a higher chance of knocking out some power for a lot of folks. Thank you, Brian, Watchdog, Christopher, and Bible Belt for subscribing. Thank you so much. Rob made it to Coleman. He did make it to Coleman. Problem is he lost service. Should come back. I mean, Coleman's usually got some decent phone service. He's trying to take your plants. Oh, no. Oh, looks like Rob is back. So he is in Coleman. Yeah, definitely some pretty heavy rain and wind. Got a lot of cars driving with their flashers on. Look at that. So definitely heavy enough rain to slow down traffic. So watch out for that if you're traveling on I-65 or shock nothing here in Hazel Green. And nothing yet in Hazel Green. They did extend this severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Fayetteville, Park City, and Winchester. It's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, Hazel Green is, I would definitely think that they're going to extend this soon, but those main core of the winds hasn't made it there. You'll first start to get some rain first, and then eventually you'll start to get some heavier rain and wind. I wouldn't be surprised if they extended.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for Georgia, going into South Carolina, North Carolina, and over into parts of Tennessee. That's going to be areas like Chattanooga, Dalton, Rome, Kennesaw, Peachtree City, LaGrange, Griffin, Atlanta, Athens, Gainesville, Seneca, over there near Silva, Franklin, Andrews, and Hayesville there in North Carolina. Cam on Radar Mega and Boaz. Oh, yeah, let me see what that looks like. Oh, yeah. It's not a bad looking camera. Might see a shelf cloud from this. This is from the Electric Co-op. Speaking of electricity. Yeah, they can't quite see the storm in Boaz, Alabama yet, but we do have a cam there. We'll be checking back in with that every now and then. Chaz is probably barking at the thunder. We are getting thunder and lightning. Power outages in Florence. Yeah, it seems like up to 3,000 people lost their power in Florence. Or wow, we're now officially at 33,000 people without power in Alabama. Let's go out to the porch. We can. I'm not sure there's going to be much to see. I'll go look out the window real quick. Yeah, it's just a bunch of rain. Unfortunately, no shelf cloud for me. Too much rain in front of it. Yeah, the rotations, there's no dangerous rotations right now. At least in the northern Alabama. We'll check a little bit further south. Oh. There we go. Yeah. No dangerous rotations to the south either. Still mainly just damaging wind threat, but pretty dangerous. I mean, we got 70-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards New Hope, Gunnersville, Albertville. And then we have Bessemer,
a new severe
Birmingham, Trussville, Gardendale, and Oneida. All essentially getting 70-mile-per-hour winds. So power outages are definitely going to be very possible here. Pulled over. Yeah, let's see. See what he's seeing here. Yeah, there is a lot of debris there on the road. He doesn't have his audio back up, but and there's definitely some like tree branches, small tree branches there. Probably from those 70-mile-per-hour winds that came through Coleman. Oh, wow, leaf just fell out of the sky there as well. Leaf debris, yeah. Yeah, it seems like these, he's in Coleman, just south of Coleman, where we have those 80-mile or those 70-mile-per-hour winds coming through. Oh, all right. Connor's finally sent me the stream. Get him set up.
Check. Let me know if you can hear me. And we'll get started. We should be good. Yep, perfect. All right. What is going on? Evan's going to take a little break, and he'll be back later. If I allow him to come back. No, I'm just kidding. How about them Panthers? That's right. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I don't feel 100% today. Okay? Double overtime. I'm a diehard Panthers fan. Let's just say I had a fun night and didn't get a lot of sleep. But I'm good enough. I'll turn my volume up a little bit. I am good enough to do the stream. I'll turn it up a little bit. I just don't want to clip too much. So, okay. All right. I know I have to talk real close to my mic for some reason because it goes through my stream, then through his stream. So the audio can be a little bit weird. Perfect. Okay. Well, we've got our chaser there over there, or right below me on your guys' screen. Let's take a look at what's going on. Let's take a look at the updates. And I want to get into the models too, just to show you what could happen as we push into the evening and late tonight, where we could have another round of storms moving into Mississippi and Alabama. I'm sure you guys heard about that moderate upgrade tomorrow, derecho type event as well. Audio is great. Okay. Good. So we'll talk about that as well. Here's what we got going on right now, and I'm sure Evan had you update it. These are just our general severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour gusts, inch hail. We do have a couple, looks like, conditionals. I'll just check in on these real quick. Conditional up here, 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts. Observed. So these are observed winds. So we confirmed have high velocities in here moving out to the east. This is stretching all the way from basically Dodge City down here. I don't even know where I am right now. Dodge City, Alabama, all the way up through Guntersville and New Hope. So not the craziest severe thunderstorm ever, but definitely some strong straight line winds, so you don't really want to get caught outside in that. And we've got another, it looks like these are all of our conditional thunderstorms smushed together right here. And you can tell on the radar. But luckily, no tornadoes down. This is going to continue to move off to the east, obviously. You turned your volume up a little bit. So okay, yeah, because our volumes, our mics aren't perfectly, I have to move up my input a little bit or move it down sometimes and adjust it when I get in the stream. I do want to, you guys obviously know what's going on here. I'll quickly look at, kind of just see if we have any sort of like rotating cells or anything in here. It's not looking too bad right now though. High velocities. Hi. Dad's on stream. He wants me to be hanging out with him. So I want to show you guys what's going on with our models as we move forward in the day. This is going to continue to push out east. We could see a tornado threat as this could intensify a little bit as it moves off to the east, but I think we're really going to be watching those winds. Let me make sure that this popped up on your screen. Because I'm a little bit behind. Okay, no, you guys can't see it. Let me fix that. Yeah. Every time I get on stream. Let me fix that. You guys got to be able to see what I have pulled up here. One moment. There we go. And now, okay, we should be good. If I pull this down. Okay, we're good. This is going to continue to push off to the east. This enhanced risk is wind-driven, not Tor-driven. So we're going to continue to watch the risk for strong winds, mainly. Let me actually look if they did any sort of update to our hail threat. This is completely wind-driven. This is completely wind-driven threat. So it would be a slight if we didn't have the opportunity for these strong 60, 70, maybe even 80 mile per hour gusts in some circumstances. But this isn't all that's happening today. We're going to have some more severe weather pushing in from behind it. Evan will be back. Evan will be back in an hour or two, probably 2 hours. Yeah. Don't got a ton going on right now. We do have these severe thunderstorms. Again, these are mostly your general, although we do have some 70-plus mile per hour gusts being observed in northern, up here in northern Alabama. So as we move through the day, we're going to see some more storms pushing in from the back out here. Here we go. Here's kind of our second line. This is around 7 p.m. Central, moving into east central Arkansas and then into northern Mississippi. And again, this is going to bring potentially a second wave of severe weather. Still wind-driven, still a wind-driven threat. I think we could see our tornado chances increase with this as well, though. This is getting late into the evening, so and into the early hours of tomorrow morning. So no, this event that we have going on right now is not. This isn't it for today. This isn't it for today. We're going to be watching what's moving in behind it. And if we go back here, we're not seeing much on the radar, although we do expect in the next few hours to see those storms intensifying. Mostly just thunder showers up here to the north. Nothing severe. So Nashville, you're looking pretty good for now. We're really watching south central Tennessee and central to northern Alabama. Your power's off grid doesn't go off. That's pretty cool. Let me see if I can see where our chaser currently is. Okay, so he's right down here. Yeah, he's right in front of this. Up to the north of Birmingham, south of Huntsville, kind of between Birmingham and Huntsville. So he's right where these strong gusts are. He's right in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70-plus mile per hour gusts. Again, these are observed. So they're recording these almost hurricane force gusts along this band here. When Evan's on, people ask where's Connor. When Connor's on, they ask when Evan's coming back. You know, I'm glad you guys were asking where I was. Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, there's not much going on right now. You know, I could talk about these same severe thunderstorms for quite a while, but let me know if you guys have any questions. Most of these to the south, I mean, we're looking at possibility of 70 mile per hour gusts all up and down this entire squall line here. Yeah, really from Fayetteville, Tennessee, all the way down to Tuscaloosa. I appreciate that, Lauren. Should we be worried in Owens Crossroads outside of Huntsville area? Or should we be worried about the storms behind it? Yeah, you know, these are kind of your general severe thunderstorms. Most of these, you do have some 70 mile per hour gusts, but these are the type of storms where as long as you're inside, or even if you're in a car, you're just being careful. Not overly concerned about this setup right now. We don't have any of those 80-plus destructive winds yet, but the possibility's there. It's still possible to get a tornado spun up in here, although if you're in and around Huntsville right now, your severe threat's kind of dropping off a cliff right now, and it's not going to return until we start pushing into the evening hours when we could have those storms moving in behind. I can pull that up again and show you what's going on here. So here's our second round. As we get into around 8 p.m. Central, we're going to start to see some more storms firing off here in northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. This we'll have to watch. The latest stage Triple R wants to keep this all just to the south of Huntsville for the most part. Maybe a little bit of an isolated threat up there to the north. But yeah, that's the second round, and then this is kind of going to end up being a a nocturnal threat as well for a lot of us down here. Potentially northeastern Texas, southern Arkansas, central Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. And we'll get some thunderstorms out there in the Carolinas as well as we get into the overnight hours. I appreciate that, love all. Thanks, Blondie. How are Sardis City, Alabama, and Crossville, Alabama looking? Let's look. Let's see here. Let's see. That was... Why on velocity does it switch from red to green? Just depending on what side of the radar it's on. You know what I mean? Green is moving towards the radar. Red is moving away. So... Let's see. What was it? It was Sardis City and Crossville. I mean, yeah, you guys have now been added into this general 60-mile-per-hour gusts, small hail, severe thunderstorm warning. We do have some potentially damaging winds out here to your west. So, yeah, some pretty gusty conditions are moving your way. Is his stream just... Yeah, his stream's just loading. But right now, we're not seeing any sort of like tornadoes embedded in this or anything like that. We'll be watching for it, though. It was, what was it? Sardis, and then it was... Here, let me scroll back up. We're getting a buttload of rain and thunder this afternoon, and it's making me lazy. Yeah, I feel that. Does he always talk so fast? You guys think I'm talking fast? I think you're just used to hearing Evan, and Evan, to me, talks slow. I've never had anyone... I've streamed for millions of people, and I've never had anyone tell me I talk too fast until I got into Evan's stream. And I think it's because of the drastic, like, you hear Evan talk for hours, and then you hear me come in. Because I've never had anyone tell me that in my streams. So it's got to be, like, the transition that catches you off guard. Will Newman, Georgia have a higher threat? Where's Newman, Georgia? I mean, yeah, because I think on my TikTok I have like, I don't know, millions of viewers from streaming. I've never had anyone tell me that. Yeah, I mean, you guys are gonna have this wind threat as well. You're gonna have this wind threat from this kind of MCS moving out to the east, and then you're going to have that second round as we get into the late evening and then overnight hours. So that threat's it's moving towards you now, and then as we get into the evening and morning hours of tomorrow, it's going to continue. I can show you again on Radar Omega what's happening here out there in Georgia. It doesn't really want this first system to move through your area. It's going to move to the north, but that second round, possibly beginning as early as, we'll say, 11 Eastern. That could bring the potential for some severe weather for a few hours through that region in Georgia. Newman. My ADHD brain needs you to talk fast. Yeah, well, my ADHD brain needs me to talk fast too. It's the problem. My storm anxiety is going through the roof. Well, listen, the good news is, for anyone who's having storm anxiety, our tour chances are very low. Doesn't mean we can't get a tornado. You got to stay weather alert. But, you know, I'd much rather be in a high wind and hail threat than in a high tornado threat. I'm pretty sure most of us can agree. Wind and hail can knock the power out, pull some tree branches down, and do a little damage, but tornadoes are the stuff that worry us. So at least the tornado chances today aren't that high. There he is again. ADHD is both a blessing and a curse. What's going on? What is that, Rev? Who is this guy? What's happening to your channel while you're streaming on this channel? I'm just not streaming on my channel. After I get off here and Evan comes back, I'll probably stream on my channel for a couple hours. I typically do like a morning and afternoon stream and then come in here. That was Evan. All right. Anyone know when puck drop is? Puck drop is Monday. Next game is Monday. Yeah, we've still got all these. I mean, we've got 60, 70, 70. You should really just treat this whole thing as 70-mile-per-hour gusts. I mean, you've got 70-mile-per-hour gusts, like I said earlier, embedded all the way, in all these areas along this squall line here. So currently, Tuscaloosa, again, this is moving out to your east now, but we could get a second round later in the evening, like I said. Moving through Gardendale, as we push up, you can see Kimberly, Hayden. I'm going to not be able to pronounce that, so I'm going to skip that one, but you guys know what this is. What, one Yoda? On Yoda? I cannot. Bloodsville, Albertsville, New Hope, Hazel Green. So, Huntsville, this is coming through you now as well. Again, this isn't one of those kind of, this is more of an issue of, we can do, these 70-mile-per-hour gusts can do some damage and knock out some power. But nothing really to worry about too much right now. We'll continue to cover this. You can see in the velocities some pretty strong winds here, but we're not seeing any rotation, any couplets in here, which is a good thing. Again, this is just the first round. We're going to get a second round later. That second round, though, should be a little bit farther to the south. It's probably not going to include as much of northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, or Tennessee. What's going on, Ray? Yeah, Evan's taking a break. He'll be back. He'll be back a little bit later. He'll be back about an hour and a half. Do I have a favorite meteorologist? Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. It's actually a good question. Maybe not. James Spann. I like James Spann. I wouldn't say he's my favorite. No problem with James Spann. Guntersville. This is moving through you now. And Albertville, you probably had some pretty strong winds move through. You have a second line right behind that as well, so you're not quite out of that yet. Gurley, this is approaching you guys from the west as well. And Fayetteville, you're probably about to see some strong winds moving in very soon. And Shelbyville up here in Tennessee. I mean, I'd probably say Jim Cantori. I grew up in South Florida and went through a lot of hurricanes. I've been to the eye of 2 major hurricanes and a cat too. So probably Jim Cantori. I was kind of obsessed with Jim Cantori when I was younger. I thought he was so cool. I stream every day. Vestavia Hills. These storms are just out to your west. Again, this is approaching you. Again, not much of a hail threat in here. We're not really seeing... This mostly radar indicated hail, and if it's observed, it's under an inch. We do have observed 70 miles per hour or 70 mile per hour gusts though, through this entire squall really in different portions of it. So just be aware of that. People are going to lose power. Not everyone, but some people are definitely going to lose power. It's kind of inevitable with this type of setup. Yeah, Brian Norcross. Yeah. I liked him as well. I mean, Jim Cantor has probably been my favorite. I got into weather because of hurricanes. I wanted to be a hurricane hunter. That was my dream job, was to fly into hurricanes when I was younger. So, let me know if anyone has any questions. Gadsden, these storms are approaching you as well from the west. 70 mile per hour. Damage threat considerable. 70 mile per hour gusts possible. Jim is the funnest. Thunder snow. I saw that video. Atlanta Metro. We could take a look, future model, and see what you guys are looking like today. Maybe some showers approaching you as we get into around early to mid-evening. And then these potentially more strong to severe thunderstorms start to fire off as early as 9, 10 a.m. Let me pull up. His stream is down. 1 second. All right, his stream is currently down, so... Okay, we'll hold off for a second. Let me put something up here real quick. One moment. Chaser stream's down. Let me just pull up the radar here. Satellite. Alabama current power outages. 56,000. 22,000 Georgia. All right. Yeah, so Atlanta. 9, 10 Eastern. We could see some strong to severe thunderstorms popping off there, firing off. And we could see some bad weather really rolling through that area all the way until about 3, 4 in the morning. That's as of the latest HRRR. You are in a 15% hail threat. You also are in that, it looks like 30%, 30% wind risk as well. So this is really, like I said earlier, a wind-driven enhanced risk today, including for Atlanta. That's going to be later in the evening and earlier through the morning. So this round isn't looking like it's going to be the round that gives you those high winds, though. I just hear my son outside. I'll keep checking his stream. Should come back up. I'll keep checking it. Let's see here. Let's see. Not yet. Yep, not yet. Do you have the upgraded Omega to see HRRR on there? Because I can't find it ever. I pay a subscription for it. Yeah. Map looks like a whale. Again, just for an update here, guys, we do have these. This squall line does have, like I've been saying, some pretty strong gusts in here. Basically, Category 1 force gusts, 70+ mile per hour gusts observed. And this is headed off to the east. Approaching Winchester, Tennessee now. Just moved through Huntsville, moving out to the east towards Gurley, Scottsboro, Guntersville, Albertville. You guys are in that right now. This looks to be moving at a pretty decent clip, too. Every time I'm looking at this radar, it seems to be pretty far out to the east. Yeah, this is moving at 45 miles per hour. This is actually a pretty quick moving storm. So it's not going to take long to get you guys. Gadsden, just out to your west. Springville, Alabama. Vestavia Hills. These storms are kind of bearing down on you right now. The categorical outlook looks like a shark. It does. Oh, wow. Look at that. You're right. Oh, and it's got a fin down here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's funny. It's been looking like a lot of things lately. Baby shark do. Yeah. Timing for Jacksonville, Alabama. Sure, we can look at that. Pull up our HRRR here. All right. Well, taking a look at our 17Z, it's thinking 4 to 5 p.m. Central, somewhere in that. 4 to 5 p.m. Central. But again, look, second round, 9 to 10 p.m. Central. You could get some more severe weather moving in, and that might last for a few hours. So not just this first wave, but there's possibly a second wave behind it. Let's see if he's back up here. Nope. For whoever has been drawing these out lately, it's been having a blast. Yeah, I saw, who was it? Max Velocity posted multiple days in a row, and I'm like, all right. I wish more meteorology website features were not paywalled. Well, yeah, me too. But luckily, Radar Omega's, I think Radar Omega's monthly, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like $9 a month or $11 a month. It's pretty cheap. It's not like, what's the one I used? That's $70 a month. I can't remember. It'll come back to me in a second. Southeastern Connecticut, Rhode Island shoreline the next 3 days. Yeah, sure, we can go over that. Just a quick reminder, guys. This squall line here moving out east is packing some 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts. So really everyone from central to northern Alabama, this whole region out here, this is still headed for you. So, and then out here in central to southern Tennessee, this is moving out to the east. Tullahoma, Manchester, Winchester up there in Tennessee, this is moving out towards you guys. McMinnville eventually as well. But yeah, we can take a look at that. Let's see. What was it? Connecticut. How did I lose that? Okay, you can ask that question again. Where did I lose that question? Or was that farther up? It was like the 3-day outlook up there in New England, correct? Let's go to our outlooks here. Here's our categorical general thunderstorms today up in New England. General thunderstorms for southern New England. Getting into day 3, you guys look good. Now, we can look at rainfall, our daily rainfall. So, this is light rainfall. These greens are light. I mean, we're talking less than half an inch, less than a quarter inch for most of the Northeast here. We start to get some decent rainfall down here in southwestern Pennsylvania and the mid-Atlantic as we get into our day 2. And then our day 3, Monday. Decent amount of rain up here through New England. North of Huntsville, got some wild wind up here. Yeah, this is at 70 mile per hour. Another considerable damage storm. This is headed out to the east towards Huntland, Belvedere, Winchester, Detchard, and Estill Springs. Yeah, I mean, you guys could get rain every single day over the next 3 days up there, southeastern Connecticut, Rhode Island shoreline, but not looking at a major severe threat. Not looking at any sort of like strong to severe thunderstorms. It's looking more like maybe you'll get some thunder showers, but mostly just showers. Let's see here. Yeah, Evan's fine, just taking a break. Evan's all good. I think someone came in here the other day and said, did Evan get swatted? Yeah, no problem, Farah. Just laying here under car with my cats because they don't want to come in. I love my fur babies. I'm allergic to cats. We have a cat, though. And I have to take shots every month so it doesn't kill me. How is Coming Georgia looking like for this afternoon? Sure, we can take a look at that. Let's see where this is. Yeah, again, I think for you guys, we're watching the second storms that are rolling through. We could see potential damaging wind threat out there at around 7 Eastern, give or take an hour. And then this thing, again, we get more of those storms firing off around 10 Eastern and then through the early hours of Sunday. And that's going to be same thing, wind-driven threat. These storms are moving quickly, so we're approaching Alabaster. Don't laugh at me if I pronounce any of these names wrong. Vestavia Hills, this is, 5-10 minutes. You'll probably have some strong winds pushing through, heavy downpours. Truesville, I would prepare for power outages here. Not everyone's going to get power outages, but again, 70-mile-per-hour gusts. This isn't Florida. Florida, all the power lines, after Hurricane Wilma hit us in South Florida when I was growing up, they put all the power lines underground, and our power never went out again. I'm pretty sure a lot of these areas up here do have just wooden poles, over the ground power lines. So, Albertville, you're about to get your second wave of wind and potential hail there. And New Hope, Owens Crossroads, this is about to move out to your east towards Woodville and Scottsboro, Tennessee. Still some strong storms up here, moving into Winchester. Estill Springs, probably about 30 minutes still. And Manchester, Tennessee as well. Again, we do have observed 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts, not just radar indicated in some of these areas. Alabama power outages, and now it's 70,000. Yeah, certain areas, these types of winds would do nothing. Wouldn't knock out any power in a lot of areas of Florida. It's certain states, especially a lot of states near the coast, can withstand them. But yeah, out here where I live, I live near Philly, but I live a little bit outside of Philly, and yeah, our power lines, we get too heavy of a breeze and our power's out. We're not on a good, they're actually fixing that. I think this week they said Pico. They're taking a look at it, hopefully. In Oklahoma, the power lines are underground for obvious. Yeah, some states have done that. But if your power lines are overground, there's I don't want to say a high chance you're going to lose power, but there's definitely a decent chance. A lot of people don't realize too, and this is something I didn't realize for a long time, guys. You can see this. These are all 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts are being recorded in here. Again, pushing down from basically Franklin, Tennessee, all the way down past Tuscaloosa. This is moving out to the east. A lot of people don't realize the faster the storm is moving. So these storms are moving 45 to 50 miles per hour, which is very fast out to the east. That actually increases the wind speeds that you see, because you get the wind speeds from obviously this drastic pressure change and strong downdrafts. But if the storm is moving quickly too, that brings with it its own gusts. So a storm if this thing were moving at 10 to 15 miles per hour, you'd actually have lower winds, which is weird. But the actual speed of this storm is carrying some of those winds as well. We'll increase the wind speeds, not just the downdrafts. Yeah, this thing is booking it. I'd say the average speed of a thunderstorm is 20, 25 miles per hour. This is going 45, maybe 50. I could not beat this in a foot race. I learned that when I read about hypercanes. Yeah. Yep. It'll create the speed of it will enhance the already strong wind from those downdrafts out ahead. So it amplifies it. It does. All right. Really quickly, let's just go over this. Yep. Still got all 60 to 70 mile per hour winds up and down the squall line. Like I said, it doesn't really matter what the warnings say. You could have 70 mile per hour winds really anywhere through this region here. When we look through them, we usually see 60, 70, 60, 70, 60, 70. Good thing is we're not seeing any rotation and we're not seeing any large hail. All of this hail is under an inch as of the latest updates. Which is also a good sign we may not have too strong of updrafts in here as well. Where'd Evan go? He decided to quit. He said he's done with the channel and gave it to me. No, I'm kidding. He's just taking a quick break. He'll be back in a little over an hour. I gotta stop trolling. Let me see if we got this back up here. No. It's offline. Okay. I mean, we could take a look at some of these, what's going on the ground here, but we'll see if he gets back online here soon. Let me actually, let me refresh this. Okay, we'll wait. Can I check Knoxville? Sure. What, Tennessee? Can we get Connor an emoji? Evan, what's going on? Yeah. We can check Knoxville. I'm guessing you're talking Tennessee. You guys aren't looking too bad today. Nice, Mike. Let's take a look at our outlook today. So rainfall not expected to be too bad near Knoxville. Almost none. You're outside of that tour risk. I mean, you're in that slight today for wind and hail. Actually, just wind. Just a wind threat for you guys up there. Quickly moving into the HRRR. Could have some strong to severe storms moving into Knoxville. We'll call it at around 6 to 7. Maybe 6 to 8. I'd say 6 to 7 p.m. tonight. That's going to be mainly a damaging wind threat. And unlike to your south, you may not see a second round. It's possible some of these storms linger off to the north, but I think you may not get a second round. That may be your main event later this evening. Gadsden, you're going to get another round here. I know you just had some bad storms move through, but you're going to get another round. Albertsville is seeing some bad weather moving in again. There's a little concerning reflectivity there. No, we're looking okay. Scottsboro, you got those moving in. Bridgeport, Stevenson, not too far away. Again, I would unfortunately expect or hope not to get power outages, but expect that they're possible. McMinnville, this is headed your way. Tullahoma. Typically, when you're looking at a radar and you're like, okay, this is pretty far distance. This may be like an hour, but not with the storm that's moving 45 miles per hour. This thing's booking it. Up next, we've got Pell City, Chelsea, Alabaster again. Brent, Alabama. Hoax Bluff, you've got some strong storms headed towards you, and Atala. Collinsville as well. It has been rather bad here the past 20 to 30 minutes. Some scientists rely on the knowledge that three-legged dogs exist, and they report their findings accordingly. Did I miss something? Nashville, Tennessee, getting a little something. Can't tell the current. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad up in Nashville. These are what I would call thunder showers, not thunderstorms. You get a little thunder and lightning in it, but really, mainly just showers up there. Nice beard, by the way. I think it's just your average beard. It really should be much longer because my team is still, my team is the Panthers. I shouldn't have shaved my beard. My brother, anytime the Panthers are in the playoffs, he does not shave his beard. You know how the players don't? He won't shave his beard with the players. Strong winds can cause a lot of damage. Yeah. We're really, oh, look, there he is. There he is. So tomorrow we're looking at a derecho type event over there in portions of the Southern Plains. Man, the Rufus model. I could show you guys that in a little bit, but it's talk jumped in stream. The Rufus model looks a little bit crazy tomorrow, guys. I'll show you that in a second if anyone wants to see that. Will strong winds help with heat? It's like 100 in my part of North Carolina. Typically, when you get strong winds, there's some cooler conditions on the other side because strong winds are a lot of times associated with the frontal boundary where you've got warm air in front and cooler air in the back. So I'd say more times than not, after you have really, really gusty winds, there's a little bit of cooler air on the backside. So yeah. Really quickly, I'll pull up the HRRR for you. I want to show you guys something here. We can actually take a look at our, while I have this open. Here, I'll go to Euro. You guys might actually not be able to see this. Let me switch over so that you can. There we go. So yeah, over there in North Carolina, this bad weather moves through, and there's potentially a little bit of cold air on the backside of it. Not a ton. Not a ton, though. But you see that there? As we get into tomorrow, tomorrow evening, we could see across a big portion of central to eastern North Carolina, temps get close to 10 degrees below average. But, I mean, you've kind of got a high pressure, I think, sitting out there trying to just hold a pocket of heat over most of North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina. So it's not going to be too nice of a cool down. Pretty quick as well. Reports of power outages in Florence. Yeah, we got a ton of power outages right now. I think the last recorded was close to 60,000 in Alabama. Again, just remind you guys, we have not looking like we have really much rotation, if any, up and down the squall line here. We do have widespread reported 70+ mile per hour gusts, lots of power outages, small hail being recorded, nothing bigger than an inch. I don't even think we have an inch being recorded in here, but close to it. Now, this is moving off to the east as well, some strong and severe thunderstorms. So just a reminder of what that looks like for you guys. Do we have the 18Z yet? I want to see the 18Z. There it is. Here's that second round. Here's that second round, okay? So, again, this is evening getting into the late night as well. We could see these really fire up. We're talking 7, 8 central. And you can see they're stretching really from central to northern Mississippi all the way out into South Carolina. And they're going to be moving, I think it's more like east, southeast. Yeah. Pretty far southeast. But yeah, east, southeast. It's a little hard to tell. You've got these. This is kind of the tail end here. So you've got these moving a little bit more to the east, these more to the southeast. So, Birmingham, you're going to get another round with this. Most of northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and northern Georgia are going to get a second round of severe weather after this first round. We'll see what happens with the lapse rates, but I have premium, so it didn't freeze for me. Well, let me see. Actually, speaking of that, do we have... All right, no chasers right now. Alrighty. Hey, I can see the town next to mine. That big dark patch is going to come right over me. Where are you? I thought this was a weather channel. Oh, what's going on? What's going on, Juan? Evan changed a lot in the 30 minutes or so that I was gone. Yeah, I am Evan Freiberger. Do you guys think I look or sound different? Maybe it's because I put on a hat. Maybe it's because I put on a hat. And let me know if anyone has any questions. Like I said, we're just watching this squall line move really speed out to the east, and we've got another threat later in the evening. So we'll have 2 rounds in Georgia? Yes. Unfortunately, it looks like we will. This is going to continue to move out east. Typically, again, not all storms move this quickly. Typically, I'd say you probably got this is going to be an evening event, but this is moving out quick. This is going to be into Georgia. I mean, 4 or 5 p.m. Let's take a look here. Expect it to be moving into Georgia. Yeah, potentially as early as 5 p.m. This first round doesn't want to, at least on the HRRR, move through Atlanta. Wants to stay really northern Georgia, but that second round does want to move straight through Atlanta, as you can see right here. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's already farther south though than the HRRR was expecting it to be. So I think this might move through Atlanta. The HRRR was seeing this squall line set up like this, and you can see we've got some decently strong thunderstorms, strong to severe thunderstorms, stretching much farther south, way south of Birmingham. So we may see this first round actually affect Atlanta as well. Trenching on Central Alabama. My elderly uncle lives there. Yeah, we can take a look there. Okay. Is it center? How do you pronounce this? Centra. Is it Centra? Centra? I feel like Centra's right. I'm just gonna go with Centra. Let me know, chat. Come on. It's gotta be. Yeah, these storms are just out to the west. Again, straight line wind threat. Right now, it's looking like these storms just out to the west, they're just recording that 60 mile per hour gust potential, radar indicated gust, and small hail. So not too worried. Power outages could be a thing, though. Power outages could be a thing. Pronounced center. It is. Okay. Yeah, power outages could be a thing. It's not looking like too damaging of a storm, though. There's going to be a couple little rounds moving through here, though. You can see this first round of thunderstorms, and then the second one right behind it. So it's going to be a little bit before these are out of his hair. Yeah, I must be decent. Let me refresh the stream because I'm like probably a good 30-second lagged from chat. So if you guys see me ask, yeah, I think I was lagged from chat. Last time a tornado hit the ground in my county, there was no siren. Then the last big storm we had, a siren went off, but no tornado ever touched down. Yeah, I hear stories like that all the time. It's unfortunate. East Oklahoma going to get slammed later. Later today. Is our 18Z out yet? Still 17Z. Southeastern Oklahoma could see some strong storms. According to the latest HRRR, we're watching really Oklahoma tomorrow. We've got a moderate out there in Oklahoma tomorrow. Look at this. It really is a shark. That's crazy. Yeah, we've got a moderate categorical out here. Wind-driven. Look at that. Hatched. 45% hatched on the wind. They may even stretch this to the north. We may see Dallas and Oklahoma City get pulled into that 45% tomorrow. I can't guarantee you, but I was looking at the models, and it's possible. It's possible. Hi, buddy. I'll be out there with you later. Sharknado confirmed. Yeah. Sharknado, they'd have to make a higher threat level than tornado emergency. I don't think I'd be too worried about the sharks, like, eating me in a Sharknado. I'd be worried about them falling on me, because I feel like a shark falling from the sky and hitting me would probably squish me. You know what I mean? Like, once they're on the ground, they can't do anything. They're just going to be flopping around, right? It'd be like having really large hail, like the biggest hail ever. Yeah. Yeah, he's a cutie. Yeah, I told my wife that. I said, listen, if he wants to get in the weather, that's cool. He'll come in here and be like, Daddy make video? Daddy stream? Ooh, Daddy weather? It's cute. Shark teeth debris would be insane, right? Again, just quickly updates on this for you guys. Not really seeing much of a tour threat in here. This is a wind-driven enhanced zone today and slight. Some strong to severe storms moving into McMinnville. Again, this is moving 45 to 50 miles per hour to the east. This is moving quick. Swanee, you're going to get involved soon. Jasper, South Pittsburgh, Bridgeport, Stevenson, Henniger, Powell, Rainsville, Fort Payne, all of these areas, we've got these potentially 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts moving in soon. Hail as well, but most of it's very small hail. Not that it can't hurt you. That'd be a little bit painful if you're outside in that. Uncomfortable, I'd say. Cedar Bluff, this is pretty close to moving through you. Leesburg and Center again. Whoa, weather-wise. Let's close it and reopen it. What the heck happened there? There we go. Center, Cedar Bluff. These storms are bearing down on you now. Piedmont as well. Moving down to Jacksonville, Weaver, Oxford, Lincoln, Talladega. We've got these strong to severe thunderstorms moving in. Again, mainly a wind threat. Calera, Columbiana, Jemison, Thorsby, Clanton, Maplesville. This squall line is just out to your west. It should be there very shortly. Again, we're just watching these strong gusts. There are a lot of power outages reported already, and there's going to be more, unfortunately. Would sharks stay whole in a tornado? As long as the winds weren't too high. I'm not going to bring it up, but there's been tornadoes that have done some interesting things to animals. You guys can look at those YouTube videos, though. If the winds are strong enough, the animals may not stay whole. Alabama now at over 100,000 without power. Yeah, I mean, this thing is just bulldozing power lines, clearly. When it went there... Well, when it went through, what do you say, Winfield? It was just strong winds? I have power for the moment. My power's still on too, guys. My power's still on too. But by the way, I live up here. So, that's probably why. My dad said he's seen hay stuck in telephone poles in southeastern Oklahoma. Yeah. Where the heck is Evan? No one knows. We've been looking for him all day. He'll be back in about an hour. I think it'd be more about the debris instead of wind speed. Well... There was, I forget what tornado it did. I forget what tornado it was that went over a field with cows in it. It was an F5 tornado. And you can look up what happened to the cows. I don't think I'm going to talk about it on stream. It's pretty violent stuff. We got hit by the EF4 in Newman 2021. Always watching the weather now. Yeah, one storm will mess you up. I mean, one storm is why I got into weather. Hurricane Wilma when I was younger. Pine straw stuck in 2x4s in my town in 2011. Let's take another look at these storms. 60 mile per hour gusts. Let's take a look at the updated. We're down to 60 mile per hour gusts in a lot of these storms, which is good. We're going to see this slowly start to weaken as it moves off to the east. And you can kind of see that now. These are all down to your what I call general severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning small hail and the potential for 60 plus mile per hour gusts. That's what we see up and down the board here. So we actually don't even have any more of those conditionals here, meaning 70 plus mile per hour winds. Rome, Cedartown up through Rome and Somerville. Georgia, you have just now been put into a severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, no considerable damage, thunderstorm warnings to speak of right now. This is still all strong enough to continue to knock out power. Bring down tree branches. So we got to keep paying attention. And as I've said multiple times, there's another setup moving in behind this thing as we move into the evening hours where we could see an amplified severe weather event. So this was expected to begin to downtrend as we moved into Georgia. Let's hope that continues. They've dropped all the considerables. Can I ask when it will hit Bean Station, Tennessee? Sure. Let's take a look at this here. Bean Station. You guys are all the way up there near Morristown, huh? We can take a look at that on Radar Omega. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let's pull up Radar Omega here. Here's our late stage triple R. I don't think 18Z is probably out on Pivotal, but yeah, I mean, these storms are approaching you guys up there at around 6 to 8 Eastern, so this is an evening event for you guys. Second round of storms may bring you a small severe threat, but it's really this first round as we get into the early to mid-evening. And again, it's going to be a wind threat mainly for you guys up there. Connor needs his own channel. Evan needs to step up his game. Well, Evan's helping get me a little exposure. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of followers on TikTok. I've got like 125,000 followers on TikTok, but I'm not a big fan of TikTok. They're not anywhere close to as creator friendly as YouTube is. So my goal is to just kind of focus on my YouTube. I stream on TikTok every day, but my goal is to grow my YouTube. I'm going to do a live stream later tonight on my YouTube channel. I've been doing 3 to 4 live streams a day, 3 to 4 1 to 2 hour live streams a day. Just as a quick reminder, guys, we do have this pretty somewhat impressive squall line stretching all the way from central Tennessee all the way down here towards central Alabama. Moving off east at a very fast pace. I wonder if this thing is sped up at all. I think it's, moving east, we'll say 45 to 50 miles per hour. So, Calera, Jemison, Childsburg, I'm going to pronounce some of these wrong. Talladega, Oxford, Jacksonville, Alabama. These storms are close to you. Just be prepared. There's a lot of power outages. There's going to be more. Piedmont, Alabama, Center, Cedar Bluff. This is right on top of you guys. Fort Payne, Valley Head, Henniger, Eider, Stevenson, Bridgeport, Alabama. All of you guys, this storm's about to move over top of you. Moving up into Tennessee, we've got the Kimball region, Tracy City up towards Morrison, and Woodbury. No considerable damage, severe thunderstorms right now. Just your typical 60-mile-per-hour gusts and small hail. But it's widespread 60-mile-per-hour gusts and small hail. So, do you think this is going to die off before West Georgia? No. No. We'll probably still have these general 60-mile-per-hour small hail, severe thunderstorm warnings. But yeah, it's not going to be as intense. At least it's looking like as it was moving through Alabama. And then you have your second round as we get into the mid to late evening. Storms are going to fire off again in portions of northern Alabama and move off into the southeast. That one is probably going to bring you a little bit more of a severe threat than this one. Let me quickly pull up Pivotal on my side and just check at that, actually. Okay, the HRRR 18Z is out. It's just actually not showing up in Radar Omega. That's interesting. I figured it was out. Let me quickly look at the reflectivity on my end. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Just want to see what the most updated HRRR is showing. Yeah, it doesn't look like too bad of an event tonight. Central Mississippi, Central Alabama looks to be the biggest threat moving late into tonight. We could even get some bad storms down in southern Alabama, moving towards southern Alabama and the western panhandle of Florida. Really late tonight, guys. We're talking. Well, no, this would be really early tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow morning. Do you have any coverage for the Missouri severe storms in Jefferson City area? Yeah, we've got one severe thunderstorm warning up here. This is, again, a typical one, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. They don't even have any hail recorded in here, but it is tour possible right now. Not seeing much on the radar. It's a little distorted. Taking a look at our reflectivity. Not seeing any sort of clear notch in this as well. So we'll keep our eye on this. This, I believe, is the only severe. Yeah. We could end up seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings placed on some of these storms farther off to the south as well. So we'll watch those. But this is very close to moving through Jefferson City, Wardsville, New Bloomfield, up towards Fulton, Ashland, that area. Let's see how fast this storm's moving. Looks like it's moving pretty quick as well. Yeah, 45 miles per hour out to the east. I think we'll probably... I wouldn't be surprised to see a weak tornado tonight. I'd be shocked if we saw more than one or two. We may not even see one tonight, at least based on the latest HRRR models. They don't always get it right, but not. Yeah, I mean, they have the 2% tor risk for today. The tornado chances aren't super high, but they're there. It's possible. How bad does it seem like the storms will be for Ackworth, Georgia? Is that? Let's see if I pronounce that right. Yeah, you'll probably get this small hail, 60-mile-per-hour gust thunderstorms moving through your region. Doesn't mean you're going to get the 60-mile-per-hour gust or small hail, but thunderstorms moving above you guys in a couple hours are going to have those conditions. You may see stronger thunderstorms later in the evening with our second round of storms, but you may also see similar, just 60-mile-per-hour small hail. This is more of an inconvenience type of storm because of all the power it's knocking out. These winds are just strong enough to mess with power lines, tree branches, and stuff like that. So luckily not seeing any conditional severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. And again, I do believe this will be kind of slowly losing steam as it moves off to the east before our second round of storms later into the evening. I pronounced it right? Okay, good. Yeah, there's another storm coming in later, so you can see. I don't know why. Let me close radar Mega and reopen it and see if it's going to give me my new HRRR runs. It probably will. There we go. So, yes, we can really even use the 19Z. Should see it in a second. Okay. So, moving forward. Yeah, see, this does want to put these strong storms through Atlanta at around 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern. This storm's going to move off to the east. It's mainly a wind threat. And then as we get into the late evening, here we go. We get some more storms moving in. Now, the latest HRRR is actually holding these out here, 11 to 12 central. Central to northern Mississippi, central to northern Alabama, moving off into the southeast. Let me go back to the 18Z and see if we can move this forward a little bit more. But it does have those storms stretching as we move into the early morning of Sunday, 1, 2, 3 a.m., stretching out into Georgia. And then these are going to be pushing south towards the Gulf region and towards southeastern Georgia. This is really late at night, 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. So we could see a severe threat far down here, like I said, bordering the Gulf down here in the southeast as we get into the early hours tomorrow on Sunday. So, yeah, this is not our only, this is our afternoon severe threat. We have a separate late evening severe threat and early morning threat down there in the south. I'm in the middle of freaking nowhere. Hardly any trees around me, so hopefully my power stays on. I would love to be in the middle of nowhere with no trees around me with this storm moving in. You'd probably get some good pictures. I'm in southwestern Missouri, close to Arkansas and Oklahoma. Anything severe for us tonight or tomorrow? Tonight, so you're down. Yeah, you're down here. I don't think so tonight. Tomorrow, yes, we are watching that area tomorrow, and we'll look at the 18Z for that. You're in that southwestern Missouri is in that 15 to 30% risk for severe winds. We have the possibility to see a derecho or derecho type events tomorrow. If you don't know what derecho means, it's like microburst, very, very powerful wind. You can have 90 to 100 mile per hour sustained winds across, slowly moving across the surface, stretching out miles. They can do a lot of damage. It's basically like they can do tornado damage without putting a tornado down. And we're seeing the possibility for something like that tomorrow. You're in a 2% down there in southwestern Missouri. 2% tornado chance tomorrow, or tornado risk zone. Your wind is definitely the biggest concern, though. This is a very, very large... I'm sure you guys have ideas of what you think this looks like. This is a very, very large 15 to 30% hatch region for hail as well tomorrow. 4-inch plus hail, gorilla hail. That could be pretty widespread. So it'll be an interesting day for sure. But the wind threat still looks to be the most significant. If we were to look at the timeline for tomorrow, we do see some storms. Oh, was I looking down in Arkansas? Or was I up here? I think I was up here. Yeah, you guys look fine in southwestern Missouri. Here we go tomorrow. This is at about 9 p.m. Central Time. Storms are moving through Joplin, Springfield, and down to the southeast. This is as of the latest 18ZH Triple R. So it looks to be a late evening event for you guys down there. Let's get back into these storms. Let me give you quick updates. Still tour possible up here. You can see some pretty strong winds moving out east towards New Bloomfield, Holt Summit, Jefferson City, and the surrounding regions. Don't see a couplet yet. Let's get an update on what's going on with all these storms here. These are all still just that 60 mile per hour small hail. No considerable damage threats in here. But these are moving out east towards Silacquagga. Oh my gosh. Talladega, Oxford, Jacksonville, Alabama, Piedmont, Somerville, Cedartown, Georgia. You guys are starting to get some bad storms moving through. Chickamauga. Oh my gosh. Lafayette, Georgia. These storms are just out to your west. Moving up north. Chattanooga, Tennessee, Jasper, Dunlap, McMinnville. These storms are still moving through. We've still got it. We could still see some power outages out in these regions. Power outage potential over the next hour. Again, this storm is moving quick. The squall line's moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour out to the east. When I got on for Evan, this was still like central Alabama. I feel like we're already moving into Georgia. I have not been on that long. Chickamauga, thanks. Chickamauga, thanks. I'm researching mesovortices in the inner wall of QLCS. We took a direct hit here in Augusta, Georgia, and we had mesovortices here. That's interesting. Let me make sure Ev's not trying to reach out to me. I think we're good. Sometimes he'll be trying to text me or Discord me while I'm on his stream, and I just am not noticing it, completely ignoring it by accident. I'm in North Carolina. Is it supposed to get bad here? I think we could see some pretty severe conditions tomorrow in North Carolina. Let's take a look at our day 2. Well, let's go into our categorical. The entire state of North Carolina. Sorry, guys. Entire state of North Carolina tomorrow is in that marginal to slight risk. Highest chance for damaging strong to severe thunderstorms does look to be out to the east, though. Oh, come on. I hate when you do this. There we go. Does look to be out to the east of Charlotte and Greensboro. Out there, we have a little bit of a tour risk up here tomorrow. 2% and 5% for portions of the Mid-Atlantic. This could stretch down into North Carolina. It's a possibility. But Mainly central to eastern North Carolina tomorrow. We're looking at a wind and hail threat. Chattanooga, Tuscaloosa, tomato, potato, same thing. Should I start saying tomato possible instead of tornado possible? Yeah, Helene. I think Helene's also the hurricane that put down like 3 significant tornadoes in Florida and spawned like 20 tornado warnings. I believe it was that one. Reidsville, Georgia. Reed, oh, you guys are way down there. Yeah, this is kind of a threat for tomorrow. You guys are in that slight as well tomorrow. Not even a 2% tor risk, very low hail risk, but you do have a slight wind risk, so that's going to be mainly a wind risk for you guys tomorrow. Looking at our daily rainfall, you guys could see a decent amount of rainfall today and tomorrow through portions of southern Georgia. Let me check back up on this Missouri storm. Okay. Yeah, let's check back on this one. They still have it as tor possible. Not seeing much. Maybe something here, but really not seeing much. Getting close to New Bloomfield, Holt Summit, Jefferson City, Fulton, Missouri. Three wedges, 50-plus tornadoes, over 100 warnings. Milton in Florida. Oh, maybe it was Milton. Yeah, I think it was EF2 or EF3 through Palm City as well. Evan's putting some cams up for me. Thank you, Evan. Just to rehash, guys, in case, how bad will it be tomorrow in North Texas? Could be pretty bad. I'll go over that in a second. Got a pretty strong squall line here. 60-plus mile per hour gusts up and down it. Small hail, moving out to the east very quickly. It is approaching kind of that. Most of this is it's going to be along this entire Georgia-Alabama border here pretty shortly. LaGrange, Alexander City, still got a little bit of time, but we're already moving into Georgia up here in northwest Georgia. So strong storms, strong thunderstorms capable of definitely knocking out some power are going to be moving into the Fort Oglethorpe area. Chickamauga, I think that's how it's pronounced, right? Lafayette region pretty soon. Somerville, Rome, Cedartown, Tallapoosa. Luckily not seeing any more of those considerable thunderstorms. So just again, for anyone who is new in the stream, this is not our only severe event today. We are expecting, as we get into the mid to late evening hours, for storms to fire up northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and then 30 minutes to an hour later, we could see some storms firing up in northern Georgia, moving down to the southeast as well as we get into the early morning hours of Sunday. So that's going to be its whole own situation. We are seeing some supercell potential through central Mississippi and central Alabama, and potentially even southern Alabama with that setup too. Not looking too bad in Georgia, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. I like the live editing. Fayetteville, Georgia is cooked. It says 75-plus mile per hour winds. They did just put a considerable up here. 70 mile per hour winds through Trenton, Chickamauga, Lafayette, moving out towards Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. I don't think they label 75. Are you looking at the hail size maybe? 75-inch hail? A 75-inch, 3/4-inch hail. 75. Oh my gosh. That'd be terrible. This is a considerable there is a considerable damage threat up here. Like I said, these storms are moving into Trenton, Lafayette, Chickamauga, and then Fort Oglethorpe. And they're moving pretty quickly. Again, these are moving around 45 miles per hour out to the east still. Nope, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So almost 60 miles per hour. These storms have sped up. They're booking it. That's going to increase the wind speeds with some of these storms as well. Dunlap, Spencer, you're kind of next up there in Tennessee, Chattanooga as well. Chattanooga, though, we're looking at 60 mile per hour winds, small hail just out to your west. This storm down here, again, Somerville down to Rome, Cedartown. This is moving out to the east towards Calhoun and Addersville. 60 mile per hour winds, small hail. So I believe we do only have that one considerable up here in northwestern Georgia. Again, a lot of people are going to be losing power with this, but we don't see really any rotation in those cells. Moving back up here into Missouri, we've got one severe thunderstorm warning. This is just out to the west of Jefferson City. You can see some strong velocities here, the possibility for a couplet to form, but really right now we're just looking at strong winds with this thing. You can see a little bit of rotation trying to get itself together and the reflectivity, but it doesn't look like anything's on the ground, and it doesn't look too promising for a tornado as well, which is good, but we'll keep watching it. New Bloomfield, Holtz, Summit, Jefferson City down to Wardsville. This is pretty close to you guys. Like I said, all these storms are moving very, very quickly. So if you're used to, again, these are moving faster than normal storms, so you have to judge the timing on them a little bit differently than you normally would. Let me keep a watch on this considerable storm up here in northwestern Georgia. What's up, Evan? Illinois. Hunter, do you have a question about Illinois? Will Fayetteville, Georgia get slower outage? You guys do have like an isolated thunderstorm moving through the region right now, but you're going to see these storms out there in maybe an hour at the speed they're moving. Maybe 2 hours. It's possible to have some power outages out there. It is possible. There's a calm before the storm in Fayetteville, Georgia. It looks like you guys have a little isolated shower about to move over you, unless that's just a little radar distortion reflectivity, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, so let me go back here, guys, just so you know, because I've seen some questions today about today and tomorrow. So I want to go over this with you really quickly again. We have the latest 19Z loaded. So these storms are moving off to the east. Let's get some of this timing. My voice almost just cracked there. Atlanta, based on the latest HRRR, we're looking at around 6 to 7, maybe 6:30. We'll say, give or take an hour this evening. Could have this squall line moving through with some damaging winds. Gainesville as well. Up through Helene, Georgia, up through Hayesville and Andrews, North Carolina, and then moving into Knoxville. So this is all around 6 to 7 Eastern. And then these storms really want to try and fall apart as they get farther out to the east. They might hold themselves together as they approach Greenville and Asheville, Johnson City, Bristol, but it's gonna be tough. Here we go, getting into about 9 to 10 Central. We get another round of storms, kind of lining up from almost south central Oklahoma all the way out through Alabama or Mississippi. And you'll see these storms start to fire off in Georgia as well right after this. There we go. So this is going to be a late evening through the early morning hours of Sunday. And again, there's going to be a wind and hail threat associated with this Tornado, we'll see. The HRRR seeing a lot of supercell activity, not a lot, but a little bit of supercell activity through portions of Mississippi, through portions of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama. So something we have to watch. But a lot of people may think after, this squall line moves over, like, okay, well, the night's over. I'd keep your weather alerts on out here. And in the southeast in general, and down there in Mississippi, portions of the eastern southern plains in the Mississippi Valley, because we could see a nocturnal threat with all these storms. And yes, tomorrow we could see a derecho type setup. It's looking like we may. They've upgraded it to a moderate 45% hatched wind region. So, I mean, this is when you could see the 90 to 100 plus mile per hour winds without even a tornado being on the ground. And that's stretching basically from just north of Dallas all the way out there towards Memphis, Texas, up towards Elk City and Clinton, Oklahoma, just to the south of Oklahoma City. I still think there's a chance Dallas and Oklahoma City that this 45% hatched risk zone for hail expands and includes Oklahoma City and Dallas. That's something we'll potentially see tomorrow when we wake up. Hopefully not. Hopefully they keep it in tight like that. Getting back to these storms are moving so quick. I can't even believe it. Almost 60 miles per hour. So Rome, these are getting pretty close to you guys. Adairsville, Cartersville, Georgia, Dalton, Lafayette, Chickamauga, Chattanooga, Tennessee. These storms are approaching you quickly. Still only have, we do have a considerable damage, severe thunderstorm warning out here now. This is in south central to southeastern Tennessee. You can see Jasper, Whitwell, Chattanooga, East Ridge, Red Bank, Kimball, Tennessee. 70 plus mile per hour gusts and small hail. So again, power outages are definitely possible in that region. All right, guys. Evan's going to hop back in here. Not too much going on, luckily. Again, we do have a couple of 70 plus mile per hour storms. A couple up here in northwestern Georgia, in and around Jasper, Tennessee as well. Considerable damage, severe thunderstorms. Other than that, not too much going on. But yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me come in here and hang out with you for a little bit. And he should be back in here any second now.
Make sure my audio's unmuted. I think my power went out for a little bit. It was funny because it was like right after I left the stream. Or right after I left my house. But yeah, hello, everybody. I think this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. I'm gonna end my stream. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid Connor to give him a big boost on his channel because he's done an amazing job today, and we're gonna send you guys over to him. He's gonna make his stream public, I think, and we're gonna give him a big old boost here to his channel by giving him a nice little raid. No tornadoes out there. No tornadoes out there. What we have is just a couple of low-grade severe thunderstorm warnings, except for this one right here, a little bit further up to the north near Trenton, Georgia. We actually have a camera in Trenton. Let me bring that up. It's not that one. It's this one. So this is what it looks like in that 70 mile per hour wind warning. You see, there's definitely some pretty strong winds. I just had some 70-mile-per-hour winds come through my area, and I'll tell you what, they were actually strong enough to be like, yeah, that's a storm. I thought my power was going to go out completely, but it didn't, thankfully. Thankfully. I cannot find his channel. Hold on. Like that. Control C. And then that. There it is. Oh my goodness.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, he still hasn't changed his redirect privileges. I got a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning just issued out over here. That's for 80-mile-per-hour winds heading into Chattanooga, Soddy Daisy, and Collegedale and Cleveland. Actually, yeah, pretty decently strong winds there. So probably good if everybody in Chattanooga, East Ridge, Soddy Daisy, Lakeside to be in their safe spots here as the storms come through. And those 80-mile-per-hour winds are pretty dangerous, pretty darn dangerous. You know, you definitely don't want to be outside when that storm comes through. This could knock down trees. And I would suggest everybody that's in this warning be in their safe spots. Again, they're in Chattanooga, East Ridge, Red Bank, Soddy Daisy, Lakeside, Collegedale, Appleton, and Cleveland, Tennessee. All need to be in their safe spots. Chattanooga isn't too nice. Power infrastructure ain't too good. Imagine some power outages might take up. Absolutely. I mean, even with just like 70-mile-per-hour winds, that could take up there. Do a little bit of an uptick. We should have cameras there. Check. Cameras in Tennessee. Get these, put this here. You have cameras in the Chattanooga area. This to its proper slot there, and then this as well up. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a rundown of where our severe thunderstorms are. We have this guy down over here, 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading over into Sylacauga and Oxford, and then further up to the north in Rome and Adairsville and center Cartersville, 60-mile-per-hour winds. With this storm as well, moving off to the east towards Calhoun, Cartersville, and Cedartown. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds isn't anything too crazy, but it definitely can get a little bit rowdy out there. Back over here near Chattanooga, still have an area potentially here of up to 80-mile-per-hour winds potentially with this storm. If I were to imagine where it was, it'd be somewhere in here, about to head into East Ridge, Red Bank, Collegedale, Soddy Daisy, and Cleveland. So all of you folks need to be in your safe spots. And thank you, Three Sides, for the $5. You're in Lyerly right now, to the west of Rome, and we are being pummeled. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a storm there, but as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be all right. I promise. Not too crazy of a severe storm. me see if he's got that figured out. I wanted to give him a boost to his channel because he still has like 30, 40 minutes of coverage he was supposed to do. Let me try to figure all that out. He has to change some settings. He has to change some settings. Yeah, I mean, it says redirect privileges needed. Ask Connor to add that to their community settings. Send that message to him. All right. Until then, we'll stay on. Is the latest there. Let's come back over here to our traffic cameras out of Chattanooga. See if we can get a sky view, maybe. Like our stronger winds would be further down to the south. Oh yeah, check that out. Holy moly. Some pretty strong wind. You're in Chattanooga. Well, make sure you're in your safe spots if you're in Chattanooga. This is a destructive, severe thunderstorm. $80-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that's stronger than hurricane force strength. That's definitely going to knock out a lot of power out here. There we go. Right. I mean, according to that cam, which is like right here, it's literally right in the worst of the winds. Yeah, go maybe a little bit further north. According to our cameras, I mean, that's the strongest winds, I guess, might not have popped up yet. I don't know. I mean, I would assume it's the southern portion, but I mean, we have a couple of areas further back to the west as well that also could potentially have some stronger winds in there. Let me see. They're saying the 80-mile-per-hour winds are radar indicated, so they're not observed. And thank you, Ashton, for the $20. Thank you so much. Any cameras on Lookout Mountain? There probably is. Is there a chance for a tornado in Georgia? A small chance. Small chance. Okay, some heavier rain is moving in. And this camera's in Chattanooga. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right, now those are some pretty strong winds. That was a pretty strong wind gust that just came through there. You're just now tuning in. We are investigating potential destructive severe thunderstorm here, trying to find these 80-mile-per-hour winds inside of this storm. And again, if you're in Chattanooga, Red Bank, Lakeside, Collegedale, and Cleveland, in Tennessee, you need to be in your safe spots. This, again, is a destructive severe thunderstorm. That's the tag that the NWS puts on it. That's when it gets to a point where it can cause a decent amount of damage, knock out power, and knock down potentially even bigger trees. And that was so brief there. That was definitely a pretty strong wind gust that came through. Knocked out power over here, it seems. Come over to here, to this camera. It's a little bit down the line of this storm. We can watch the lake as well to see if those 80-mile-per-hour winds, I think it's a river actually, will definitely scrape over that river pretty illustriously. It will illustrate what is possible here with our storm. A little bit better than just seeing the wind and rain. Okay, here comes the rain again. Thank you, W. Wall, for the $3. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, there comes those winds. Wow. And you can really see it picking up across that river there. Geez, those are moving pretty fast. Definitely up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, debris as well. Holy moly. Oh, yeah, the winds are a lot. That was definitely a pretty big wind gust there that just moved through. I think he might have figured it out. Okay, I will check in a second. Just tell him to be a little bit patient. Tell Connor to get this camera set up on his stream and ready to go. Or the camera's in Tennessee so he could track these. Tell him to get those ready. Check this camera. Oh, yeah, look at this. Further up to the north. Very strong winds coming into Chattanooga right now. This is why you need to be in your safe spots. These winds are strong. Which cam, the Chattanooga, Tennessee traffic cameras. Jeez Louise. And let me know when he's got those set up. It really seemed like these storms were on the bend, right? I think they were getting better. At least less dangerous, but this one in Chattanooga has just all of a sudden decided to go pretty crazy here. And still very strong winds coming through this area. And those 80-mile-per-hour winds are nothing to scoff at, as you can see. And here's another view just a little bit further off to the east. This is now like pretty much near downtown Chattanooga. Then you guys need to be in your safe spots. Definitely don't want to be driving like some of these folks are. That dude's got a boat on the back of his car. Thank you, Addie, for the $100 donation. Thank you so much. That is a huge amount. Oh, my goodness. Just as crazy as that donation, these winds are picking up. Wow. Those are strong winds. That is going to knock out power. You live in Chattanooga, well, be in your safe spots because you got some very, very strong winds coming in. Wow, those are strong. Again, these are likely gusting over hurricane force. These are going to knock out a lot of power. These are going to knock down a lot of trees. You want to be in your safe spots. Again, these are 80-mile-per-hour winds in this storm, and we've pretty much fully confirmed that here with our cameras. Wow. Oh, my goodness. There's another big gust right there. You live next to trees. That's why you need to be in the lowest, most interior portion of your house. So the lowest floor with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. If a tree falls, you're going to have the roof and the walls hold the tree up. But if you're like on the top floor or near the exterior of your house, that you're not going to have many layers. So get down to the lowest floor and be in the most interior room if you don't have a storm shelter. Man, these winds are pretty darn strong. And again, that's this storm over here near Red Bank, Lakeside, Soddy Daisy, Collegedale, and Cleveland. All right, let me check to see if Connor's got his thing set up. Farah, does he have the camera set up? Bellamy needs to follow the storm all the way. He has the cam set up and ready to go. Okay. All right, guys. We're going to raid Connor. He's done an amazing job. He's watching the same storms that we are, and he has the same cameras. All right. So we're going to the stream is immediately going to transfer you over there. Chattanooga, Collegedale, Apisson, Lakeside, and Cleveland need to be in their safe spots.